All right. Hey, I think that worked out pretty good, dear Grim.
I think so.
All right, everybody out there in YouTube land, welcome to the Darwin's World game. We will be using the Other Dust system developed by Kevin Crawford for this as a substitute for the actual original Darwin's World game engine because, well, I mean, the D20 system is good, but the old modern role-playing system, not a lot of people have access to it. It's a bit antiquated, and it is very, very clunky to try to run with all of the bonuses and just all of the minutia as far as combat and everything else goes. Other Dust to be a lot simpler and easier to use. So for a quick explanation, anytime I ask for a skill check, you'll throw 2d6, and if you have an applicable skill, you add in whatever bonuses you have on it. And, of course, any bonuses you might have for a stat. And that's pretty much it. Pretty simple skill system. As far as combat goes, it's a roll over armor class system. So whatever the target value I give you is that's what you're rolling towards with all your bonuses on a D20. Simple.
Simples.
All right.
So our starting skills are just the podborn ones, right?
So, pardon?
The starting skills for our characters, they're just the ones that are listed under podborn.
Yes. Yes.
And your class skills, so.
And your class skills, yeah.
Class skills.
All right. Probably to set this up, we should let everybody know what's happened.
I feel like the odd one out, so.
Maybe.
There we go.
So the year was 2019. A certain virus of unspecified Asian origin was rampaging throughout the planet, causing an untold number of deaths being reported in from various countries. Illnesses, hospitals were... I'm getting echo now? Hospitals were filling up with people, and governments were looking to lock everything down in order to stop the spread of the disease. As part of a kind of an emergency measure, a wealthy, actually a mega wealthy corporate tycoon who may or may not be, linked to a particular large global shipping enterprise, had created a backup facility of a sort, an experimental cryogenic facility in order to wade out such occurrences. Unfortunately, the technology hadn't been fully tested yet, and so a few selected volunteers and people who were considered to be of risk and vulnerability were admitted to the facility and put into these cryostasis tubes. They were only supposed to remain in there for maybe a few decades or so at worst. I mean, considering, it's a virus. How long could it possibly last? People would come up with a vaccine pretty quick and it wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, as things happen, they don't always go the way that you plan. Either key personnel forgot or were accidentally removed from the project, or otherwise put into a position where they couldn't get back to their original project. And so the only person who remembered this secret vault project was the computer's AI, which was basically set and determined to wake everybody up when the possibility of the outbreak had completely ended. Well, as we know, that particular virus didn't stop. It just kind of continues to this day. And so the AI kept everybody sleeping. Unfortunately, other things started to happen. And as the world moved on and everyone slept, completely oblivious to what was going on outside, things got a lot worse than a virus. And that's kind of where this story starts. I'll need each of you to roll a d20, please. Tell me what the highest number you get is.
16.
17.
11.
11. All right, 17 gets to go first. Number 17, the first thing that hits you is the overwhelming sensation of absolute freezing cold and a sense of being depressurized, like as if from an airplane. You know, the ears popping and everything. The light is extremely bright, even though, you know, comparatively, it's kind of dimmed. What do you do?
Open my eyes and wait for them to adjust to the light and look about myself.
Well, you're wearing the same cryogenic suit that you had on when you originally got in here. Inside the capsule, of course, doesn't look any different than when you got in. Maybe it's a little bit mustier, not that you would notice. It is a little disconcerting, though, that the floor and the other cryopods are covered in some very thick layers of dust.
Right.
And the lights are flickering.
I grunt and ease my way out of the tube.
Yeah, about the same time, another tube slides open to reveal our next occupant, who rolled a 16.
Yes, he sits up, squinting, and clearly not just from the side effects of deep cryo sleep. He reaches... Go ahead.
The nice side effect of deep cryo sleep is the fact that since it did tend to retard all aging, the hair and beard growth wasn't as severe as you might think. So.
He reaches reflexively to his sort of neck as if he's reaching for a necklace which isn't there. Mutters under his breath, looking around. I sought the Lord. He answered me. He delivered me from all my fears.
And yet he woke you up to another smelly man in another cryopod across from you who is also waking up.
Yeah.
And a third pod will also begin to open at this time, revealing the last occupant.
Oh, fucking hell, is it time to wake up already? I was enjoying this nap. I'll begrudgingly get out of the cryopod. Have a look around when my eyes have adjusted.
All right. Well, like I said, there's a thick layer of dust that covers everything. There are other cryopods in here. You weren't the only 3 that were brought to this facility. However, it's only your tubes that are opened. All the other ones are covered in thick layers of dust. This facility was in some place in the United States. You're probably not familiar with. It's in some asshole at the end of the world called Nevada. And it's a little disconcerting, the fact that this was a nice pristine place when you first got here, but now the pipes and stuff look a little corroded, and the lights are flickering, and there are lots of cracks in the floors and ceilings and walls.
Could I brush the dust off of one of the other cryopods that hasn't opened, just to have a look inside?
Yes. Well, what you see kind of gives everybody a kind of a start. There was a desiccated human inside the pod. There are lots of brown streaks on the inside of the glass. The fingernails of the person looked like they were ripped off as they were trying to claw their way out of this pod. The look on their face is utter terror.
Seeing that, I use my forearm to wipe some more crud off the next pod, and the next pod, and the next pod, checking them.
Most of the other pods are fairly similar. Desiccated husks or skeletonized occupants. It's you're basically in a giant underground tomb at this point.
Cut my hands around my mouth and shout out, "Is anyone there?"
Two other people here.
Yeah, besides them.
Oh. You don't get any answers, just kind of echoes.
I'm here, next to you.
I thought someone might be here to wake us up.
I think we can probably agree that it is not 2022.
That, or they really skimped on the rent for this place.
I think it's probably also likely that our stuff is long gone.
Can't hurt to check. I think it was meant to be in lockers or something. I don't know.
Well, there is one obvious exit from this particular area. There's also a computer terminal that's nearby that you can check out. It's covered in dust.
Computer's not really my thing. Do you think you can get anything out of that?
Maybe I can have a look.
All right. What about you? To the other fellow.
He's still staring at the contents of the first pod.
I think he needs a minute.
You need a therapist, mate.
Looks up sharply at this. Therapy is a tool of the devil.
Well, suit yourself. If you change your mind, I'm a therapist.
I see. And what about you, sir?
I'm a musician.
Oh no.
Musician?
Yeah.
I see. Do you know any appropriate songs?
I don't think now's the time.
What sort of music do you play?
Devil's music, of course.
Yeah, the devil's music. Rock, metal.
Oh, there's some excellent Christian rock. Let me introduce you to a band called Striker.
I knew that was coming.
But this isn't right. This isn't right. We were supposed to be. There was a cure, yes?
Well, there was supposed to be a cure or a vaccine, or
I mean, we're still here.
I'm Den, by the way.
Grasping at normality, crosses over, holds out a weedy, pale hand. Frank Tilton.
Clasp forearms with you in a manly bro shake.
Squeezing his hand is like trying to grab a sort of boned fish. It just sort of folds underneath your grip.
I'm Dr. Jones.
You're a therapist.
You can call me Dr. Jones.
Right. Can you get anything out of that computer?
I'll have a look. So what do I see on the computer screen if I wipe the dust off of it?
There's like some flashing terminal entries. This computer is obviously not operating on a lot of power. But you can throw 2d6 and tell me what you get with your intelligence bonus and any computer skill check bonuses.
So I've got 8 plus. I'm trying to check what I've got.
It'd be pre-tech, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Tech, pre-tech.
Sorry, I'm struggling a bit with the rules, trying to find the skills and shit. Or how many points we should have in them.
Well, you got an 8 already, right?
Yeah.
An 8 is defined as a task that challenge a trained character, and even an expert runs a small risk of failure. So you're well above what you needed to figure out what's going on with the computer. Basically, from what you can tell from the readout, the computer apparently had some kind of a magnetic glitch at some point, and doesn't know what the current date is because it stopped receiving telemetry from the outside a long time ago. In fact, the last time it received any kind of telemetry was sometime around 2050. So it's not been able to keep an accurate count of how long has been going by since then, because it used, GMT transmissions and everything to keep its internal clock updated. The other thing he found out is apparently the power generator started to fail sometime around what it estimates was 2100 or so. And it had to make a choice. So it randomly generated 3 particular cryopods to continue to feed energy to in order to sustain the occupants, and everybody else it had to let them die. So the 3 of you are here just by grim chance of lottery.
Okay.
Well, shit.
Yeah, we got lucky. Computer basically rolled the dice and picked us to live. Congrats. Also, we've been in here for a bit longer than expected. But
How
we
much
probably
longer?
knew that from the dust. I don't know. At least 100 years.
You're joking.
No. And probably everyone out there's dead.
Well, at least everyone we knew.
Well, everyone we knew is either very old or dead. Yeah, but this thing was supposed to be getting the time from outside, and nothing's been sending it the time. So
Well-
probably everyone's dead. But congrats, we're
Let's-
alive.
Let's not jump to conclusions, right? Your businesses go under, projects get forgotten. Maybe that's what happened.
This is absurd. I want my Bible and I want a manager.
Well, the manager's dead.
Maybe we can find the
Everyone.
manager's descendant.
No, the
only one
manager's
way out.
dead.
It's not like we have a lot of choice, so let's explore.
Oh yeah, we're gonna need to find like something to eat and stuff, but they're dead, all of them.
I start walking out down the exit.
All right.
Oh,
Anybody
oh,
following or?
Assuming that our personal lockers aren't in this room and attached to the pods, then yes, I'll go and
Yeah.
search for that.
Yeah, they're not in here. Yeah, it's an airlock door that kind of is unnervingly slow to open because the power in this place is obviously not doing so hot. But yeah, you'll exit into some tunnels you vaguely remember from when you first came in here that were in much better shape. Seems to be a lot more corrosion on all the piping and conduits, and so there's just a layer of dust on everything. Like at some point, the ventilation system must have stopped working 100%, or at least the filter must have gotten clogged. But you know, that's what happens when you get stuff made by the lowest bidders. You will find a ante-room that's nearby. You remember coming in here to store your belongings? But there's also some other useful things in here. There are lockers for your stuff, but there's also some emergency kits and things, as well as some sleeping material, which isn't great.
Better than nothing. So start with our lockers and then break open the others, because everyone else is dead. They're not going to need their stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your personal belongings are, you know, watch, wallet, keys, jewelry, you know, boots, whatever, stuff like that. Simple stuff. As far as what you can gather from around the place, let's see. All right.
Would my personal belongings contain Xanax?
Probably.
Cool, because I have an addiction.
Yeah. Well, you will find an astronaut pen for writing things down if you need to. It still works. And apparently it operates in zero-G environments. There is a package of something that's called Prussian Blue, which is some kind of an anti-radiation tablet agent. There is a strip of tape that actually bonds on the ionic level, so it's better than duct tape. There is a small survival kit with a few small essential items and things, you know, stuff for starting fires, small hatchet for, you know, cutting down wood and stuff like that. It's really not big enough to use as a weapon unless you're just desperate, just in case you were thinking that. There's also a first aid kit, a multi-purpose tool, like basically a Leatherman tool with the pliers and a little knife and screwdrivers and all that crap.
Yeah.
And a package of those chem light rods that's still in good shape.
So we can still go raving.
Yeah.
Exactly my thoughts.
And locked up in a security locker, which the three of you managed to get smashed open after a bit of work. There is also a set of 4 9mm pistols and 2 boxes of ammo with 20 rounds apiece. Ammo is still good. The guns are actually in pretty good shape, considering they've been tucked away in this locker for all this time and not in Cosmoline or anything.
Can either
Also,
of you use a gun?
Yeah, you point it and you pull the trigger.
I mean, are you any good at it? Have you used one before, regularly?
Are you a cop?
No. It's just whoever's best probably ought to have the most ammunition.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, there's 4 guns. There's 40 bullets. So we put...
3 of us.
Well, yeah, but we'll keep one back as a spare. If anything happens, we'll come back here and grab the gun from here. Because it was still here now. So nothing's been getting in here. No one, everyone out there's dead, but say they aren't. They haven't got into here. Let's leave one 10 bullets in it.
Yeah,
So
hide it behind the lockers.
Yeah. And we get a gun each with 10 bullets in. That seems a fair split.
Yeah.
Well, these are 15-shot magazines, so...
Well, they've each got 10 bullets in.
Okay.
No survival knives or anything in the survival kits?
Yeah, okay. I didn't get a chance to mention it, but yes, there are also 4 survival knife type blades. They're pretty good size.
Stash one of the knives as well, then.
Yeah.
And with a little bit of ingenuity, you could probably find a pipe and use some of this ionic bonding tape to make a nice, fairly decent spear out of these knives if you had to.
I think the power here is probably on its way out. We're probably going to need to leave a glow stick near the door.
Yeah, the lights are flickering pretty bad. There's also no running water down here. However, there is a full box of those wonderful MREs, which if you've never seen a military ration MRE, yeah, you're probably better off eating dog food, but
oh yeah,
you're alive. Yeah, American MREs are not that great.
Yeah, the Thai ones, they're really good. How many meals worth?
There's the box has got 10 meals in it. So.
We've exhausted this room.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I think we need to take anything that we want to keep up near the exit, because once the light goes here, we're not going to be able to see shit.
You happy? I know you have your Bible.
throughout all, I hope you guys have been writing down this stuff, because Frank's hasn't been taking anything. He doesn't seem remotely capable of being survival-minded. He's very ostentatiously, depending on the state of our clothes after a couple of centuries. I mean, Frank's clothes are all, artificial materials, so they're probably in pretty good nick. Lots of polyester.
Oh yeah.
But yes, his ostentatious little silver cross necklace, which he sort of puts on, picks up his Bible, King James, of course, the only proper one, and spends while his companions are making themselves useful and adaptable. He just stands staring through his Coke bottle glasses.
All right. Well, I'll bundle Frank's stuff up in one of the blankets from the sleeping gear and just, carry it for him for now, I suppose. Where else can we go?
Well, from this point, you can really only head out to the exits.
No other rooms? Server room or...
No, just a
like
bathroom. Just a bathroom. There is a small server room that's hooked up to the computer, but it's in a small generator room. But as you can tell from checking things out, generator is not gonna last much longer. In fact, that's one of the reasons why the pods opened when they did. Is the computer finally said, these last 3 occupants are gonna die. We need to open these now, otherwise.
Well, I need a piss, so I'm gonna go for one.
Yep.
I'll have a look in the bathroom.
Yeah. Pee in the little metal toilet. It flushes. Well, no, actually, it won't flush. There's no water in it at all. The tank is completely dry.
Okay. And it's a metal toilet.
Yeah.
Cool.
While the good doctor is
there's my plan with a toilet ceramic knife.
What were you saying?
While the good doctor is absent, Frank will take the opportunity to sidle up. Looks back at towards the room full of desiccated cadavers. Maybe there's a reason why we're still alive.
Yeah, a random chance.
He gives you a sort of patronizing smile. There's no such thing, my friend. There's only providence.
Yeah, well, I don't think God would save a satanic rocker. Do you?
Oh, God's mercy and grace is infinite. It's available to all. You just have to ask.
Well, he didn't forgive Satan.
There are 1 or 2 exceptions.
I'm going to take a look at the exit before the light fails. You stay here and wait for the doc.
All right.
Yeah. Exit door is obviously on some kind of electronic locking mechanism. But it also, from this side, not from the outside, but from this side, it has a mechanical mechanism to open it.
Okay. Press my hand to the metal to see if it feels cold or warm or...
Kind of warm. I mean, come on. It was Nevada, so...
Yeah. Press my ear up against it, see if I can hear anything.
You can't hear shit through 3 inches of metal.
You never know. All right, I'll start turning the crank.
Yep. Yeah, it's a horrible screech as the bolt is being turned. It just kind of echoes throughout this whole tomb-like structure now. You can hear it clear into the bathroom, Dr. Jones.
Yeah, I'm going to return to the other survivors after I've finished probably the world's longest piss, because like I've not taken a piss for 200 years or whatever.
Austin Powers piss.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could see the rocker boy, opening the door.
Yeah, I'll give him a hand.
Yep. Two of you get the door open, pull it back. It protests pretty loud, but as it does so, at least a good 2-3 inches of this orangish dirt comes into the room from the outside where the steps were. You can hear wind whistling.
Well, we are in Nevada.
Yep. You look up into a sky with an interesting shade of color. That wasn't the Nevada you remember, but
Emerge and scan the horizon.
yeah. It is the Nevada desert. Somewhere off in the distance, Las Vegas and the large cities of Reno and all the other places are out there waiting for you. You choose to move in that direction if you can even figure out which direction to go. But for right now, all you have is distant mountains, lots of orangey desert type environment, a lot of wind, and something kind of calamitous on the horizon that looks like it's moving somewhat in your direction.
Is it night or day?
It appears to be sometime in mid-afternoon.
And did you mention that the sky was a little unusual?
It's a little bit more reddish than you remember. A lot of the clouds have burned off.
Distressingly so. Distressingly different.
It's the end times.
Well, I was going to say, if this is Frank, as soon as he emerges, blinking, he will take one look, fall to his knees immediately. Oh, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from the sky and the heavenly bodies will be shaken. This is the time! This is the time!
Do you want one of these? And I'll offer him a Xanax.
Looks across at you with... Is it more or less terrifying that his eyes are filled with tears of joy at this sight? I don't need that. I don't need anything.
It's my professional opinion that you do, mate.
Oh, you don't understand. Look around you. Your time, Doctor, is over. It's my time now. It's our time. The servants of the Lord will arise.
They're dead, mate.
No. They've been gathered up.
All right. Okay.
Look, whether or not there has been an eschatological event is a debate that can wait. We need to make some decisions. That looks like a storm coming. We've got shelter here, but no water. It's hot, but the sooner we move, the more likely we are to avoid the storm. But we're not going to find any water anytime soon. Does anyone remember which city was closest to us?
No.
Mm.
Maybe, I don't know. Would I remember?
Well, being from England, probably not. I mean, it's like asking me, where Bainbridge is if I went there, or Basingstoke, and I'm just like, what the hell's a Basingstoke?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about. Must have got here from somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, you got flown here on a private jet and then took a helicopter, trying not to vomit the entire way.
Okay, so it was a very direct route to the facility then, with no stopping
Yeah.
at the nearest town.
Yeah, there wasn't. I mean, considering there was an epidemic going on, they didn't want you getting near any kind of a populated area if possible. So it was pretty much picked up directly at the airport and shuttled out here as fast as they possibly could get you.
Well, the coast is probably still west. Cooler climes might be to the north. So I say we split the difference and head northwest.
Well, I do remember the nearest town is that way, and I'll point northwest.
Okay, well, seems like a good idea then. I don't think we can wait, given that storm's coming. But we've got no bottles, no water. This is going to be difficult.
We are all going to die. Would you like one of these? You won't care so much about it when it happens.
I think, like the bullets, I'll save that till the last. Preach, you coming?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. I will see if there's a compass in the survival kit.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully there is, and if there is, I shall start heading off northwest at a slow, steady pace.
So as we're on our journey, I'm going to ask Frank to tell me more about this, his beliefs and stuff, and effectively try and work out what I'm diagnosing him with.
You diagnosing him with for those of you who are theologically minded, an acute case of tulip. He will ceaselessly quote biblical passages, etc., etc. He is clearly a Protestant fundamentalist.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if he is also schizophrenic.
To the extent that one can sort of shade the boundary between zeal and delusion, he's skirting right along it.
Teetering on the brink. Well, setting off across the desert. The flat level expanse of nothingness suddenly gives way to isolated bumps and rises, as if the sands themselves were acting to hide some secret just beneath the surface. A few hundred paces up ahead, silhouetted by the rays of the dying sun, can be seen distant metal pillars, perhaps 15 feet high or so, jutting from the sand in the distance. Nearby, amid the circle of rubble where the wind cannot groom the sand completely flat, the observant among you spots something of quieting wonder. A section of cracked stone, cleared of sand, at the center of which lies a huge hatch of thick metal, almost as large as a man, jammed open by thick flakes of age-old rust on its heavy iron hinges, seems to beckon your approach with an almost malevolent impatience.
Perhaps there's another shelter, another set of pods or something there.
I mean, maybe someone in that shelter at least had like a bottle of Gatorade or something in their locker and parts.
Yeah. Oh, I've taken the bandana off my belt and tied it around my face against the dust, by the way.
All right.
Okay. head up to this place. Use the sleeves of my jacket as crude gloves and try and haul the hatch open so one of these others can take a look in.
Yep, it's going to take at least two of you to pull on this thing.
Yeah,
Rather-
I'll help with it. But I've got a really low strength, but I'll help.
Frank, I'm going to give you a since you're not actually helping out, you're probably just looking around.
Mhm.
I'm going to give you a perception check, basically. So you need to add your wisdom modifier to whichever skill is good for this.
2d6, and I think I have perception as a skill at 0. Yes, I do. So 2d6 plus 1 for wisdom bonus.
Right.
Ooh, that's nice. 11 on the dice, 12 in total.
Nice. All right. Yeah, around the hatch you see signs of past visitors. You see like an old campfire. It's fire logs lost to time. Some stone rubble with bare, twisted stone skeletal structuring peeking out from the sand and reaching into the sky. And on some of the stone, you can see some graffiti. Some of it is more recent than others, and some is a little bit older.
In English?
Yes, apparently some form of English with some unusual grammar.
And this is not the sort of tagging under freeway bridges that he would go and clear up on a Saturday afternoon as a sort of communal cleanup exercise. This is not that, right?
No, it doesn't look like anything that was done with a spray can or anything. It looks more crude, like it was chalked or somehow painted in with cruder materials. Somewhat more recent.
And it says,
Nothing you can discern. It's almost a gibberish. I mean, there's a couple of English words in it, but it's like English fused with some form of Asian dialect or something. So the words don't really make any sense. It's something about, maybe something about silo and something about, life, and then there's a sign, the Japanese sign for Mizu.
all right.
Let the others know about it? Or?
He's not going to interrupt their labours if they're sweating away trying to open this thing. He'll let them carry on.
Okay. Yeah, you guys will get the hatch open after a bit of a struggle because it's a big, heavy hatch.
Once they've got it open, I will draw their attention to this graffiti. Look at this. Signs and wonders.
How many dicks are in the graffiti?
It's got to be at least one, because people always draw a cock and balls.
Yeah, I mean that's been a thing since, well, like caveman.
Yeah, since Nabas.
No, like I said, it's the same sort of graffiti to you guys as well.
I mean,
Just,
it's interesting, but it doesn't tell us much.
But the fact that there is the remains of a campfire and the graffiti looks, maybe not so old, tells you that there are at least other people that have survived.
Yeah.
Campfire. That's interesting. Let's see if we can. Frank is going to go and sort of click that over.
Oh, it's a long abandoned campfire. I mean, it's just coals. I mean, just bare coals and stuff now.
So what we know from this is that there were some people in the Nevada desert, probably like us with no water. Everyone's dead. Should we go inside?
Well, they found something to build a fire out of, but yeah, we should check inside. Can we see anything through the entrance?
Yes. A narrow shaft made of some remarkably smooth stone, no doubt worked by some unknown hand, descends into the cold darkness below. One by one, you see that there are iron rungs, old iron rungs set it straight into the stone, heading straight down.
Drop a glow stick into the hole.
Gosh. Let me see, how deep does that? It goes pretty damn deep, if I remember right. It drops a very long way down. And you can see it does hit the bottom.
But too far away for us to really see anything? Apart from the glow?
Yeah, it's at least over 165 feet deep.
Well,
there are still rungs to get down, right?
Yes, there are iron rungs set into the concrete. Climb down.
Are
looks
they
like we're in for a climb.
rusted and fucked, or like they'll take our weight?
Well, they look like they'll hold your weight.
It's a narrow shaft. If it breaks, just jam your feet against the side.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to go down first.
Right?
You're all right with that?
Yeah, I'm the heaviest. I'm most likely to break them, so you guys go first.
Cool.
That way I get a soft landing.
My Xanax has kicked in, so I don't really give a fuck. Yeah, so I'll climb down then.
All right. Well, yeah. One by one, you descend on the old iron rungs, aware of growing blackness and increasing chill. Finally, at the bottom, you find what appears to be a series of small, empty chambers, each filled with dust and accumulated debris. Bits of stone, rotted trash, bundles of wiring, piping, and twisted iron bars are fused in some great catastrophe from long, long ago. Footsteps echo eerily into the darkness. But there is a slight comfort. Comfort in knowing that other people passed this way as well.
Pick up the glow stick.
Yep.
If an awkward silence follows when we get to the bottom, Frank will just shout out, "Hello! Hello!"
Yeah. Your voice definitely echoes off the inside of this structure. It's all thick, cracked concrete down here. You do see that there are electrical, hydraulic pipes that run all through this place. They're mounted on spring mounts to allow them to flex during seismic events. And you can also see that a lot of this place is reinforced to prevent collapsing, despite the tremendous age of it. The place is very sturdy. It seems like only, you guys aren't like demolition experts or anything, but you figure only something massive like shock and tremors and could cause a cave-in or a collapse in this place. I mean, it's like even interior explosions wouldn't bring this place down. You see tunnels and vents that hover all over the place around here. Before you ask, all the vents are about 3 feet in diameter. So you could squeeze into these things and crawl around in them, but you have any sense of confinement in tight spaces. Yeah, that would be rough. And there's graffiti scrawled everywhere.
Does the temperature difference between the surface and down here cause condensation on the walls?
It's not quite that cool down here, but it is a lot cooler than up there.
Okay.
Is there a light switch down here?
No. You could see where there were lighting systems and stuff connected to wiring and things, but apparently the power must not be operating down here. So you'll need to rely on your glow sticks to see by, or perhaps construct a torch.
I mean, glow sticks are better than a smoky torch. I say, smoke them if we got them, so might as well use the sticks while we have them.
Yeah.
What are the exits?
From this place... been a while since I've run this one. Yeah, you could see exits off the main going left and right. Straight corridor that goes on.
Anything about the tunnels? Any noises coming from them? Drafts? Smells?
Not up here. Most everything down here smells like dust. You do, let's see. You do see that most of these passages that lead out of here are garbage-filled, empty rooms. But the furthest chamber is the main stairway. It's set deeper down into the rock, but it's all but collapsed. Dust from the desert outside manages to powder the floor here, which causes the footsteps in the chamber to echo with an odd crunching sound.
Is there anything useful in the trash in the rooms? Like plastic bottles with lids? Or...
even a plastic bottle without a lid.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to spend some time searching, I will give you a search check.
Okay. Yeah. Each of us take a different area and search it.
All right. Yeah. Each of you throw me 2d6. Tell me what you come up with.
If I got a 10 without any modifiers.
You got a 10 without any modifiers?
Yeah.
Damn. Well, I mean, you still have to roll because you could end up with rolling a 2. 2 is an automatic fail, so.
8.
8. Okay, that's good.
7 on the dice, but I don't know what modifiers or skills you're going to accept. Perception, I guess.
Yeah, perception would be good. Intelligence or wisdom.
Yeah, so 8 in total, and then 7 plus 1 for with intelligence or wisdom bonus. They're both the same.
All right. Each of you can roll me a die 10 to tell me what you come up with.
Okay, I get a 5.
You found a small box containing... Roll 2 die 12.
7.
7 replacement computer light bulbs.
I got a 2.
You got a 2. You found a smashed computer console, roughly 3 feet by 2 feet by 5 feet. It's pretty much utterly worthless.
Cool.
5.
You have also found a small box containing 2 die 12 replacement computer light bulbs.
Shall I roll for how many, or have you got a 12-sided dice handy?
I have, sorry.
Yeah.
2d12, was it?
Yep.
16 in total.
All right. Yeah.
So we have a lot of
Computing
light
there.
bulbs.
Yeah, you have a lot of computer light bulbs. Maybe you'll find a use for them sometime.
And these are like the size of Christmas tree lights, right?
Sort of. They're like for very old computers. Kind of like the ones built back in the 60s and 70s.
Oh,
So more
almost
like
like
valves.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, there's loads of uses for valves.
Yeah. See, this is what I mean about running post-apocalyptic games. Is like people relate to modern items, and then they suddenly think, oh, all these different uses for stuff, which most post-apocalyptic dwellers would see as like trash. So always interesting to see what people come up with.
Take the left exit and head that way with the only glow stick that's glowing at the moment.
Right.
I mean, I could probably make a radio with these valves, but Dr. Jones could not make a radio with them.
Well, exiting this room, you see that the cold and unfeeling silence of concrete has given way to an even colder and more menacing nothingness. There's a metal platform that sits here, ringed by a slender, weakened railing of rusted iron, over the edge of which you can see only plummeting darkness with seemingly no end up or down. There's a small set of rusted stairs that appears to be descending into the pitch blackness as well, running along the insides of the inner wall. From this height with your little glow sticks, you can see the level below where the stairs level off, but you can't make out any distinct features below.
Is it like a silo tube for a rocket?
It might be.
I mean, water might collect at the bottom of it.
True.
We are going to die if we don't find some.
Good point. I will start down carefully, taking my time.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, as you get down a little bit lower, you can actually see what remains of an elevator that's down at the bottom. It's just a rusted enclosed metal cage down at the bottom. There's no danger of falling over the railing to one's death or anything, unless you choose to jump off. But the elevator itself ceased to function. So going down the stairs is kind of precarious.
Slow and careful.
Just throw me a dexterity check, easy check.
So what, 2d6 plus dexterity?
Mm-hmm. On the plus side, as you go down, you begin to smell water.
So that's... where's my stats gone? Oh, there. 7.
7?
Yep.
All right. No problems getting down there. You stumble a little bit here and there. The stairs creak a little bit as you get down, but
I'll warn the others whenever I hit a bad patch.
Okay, the rest of y'all need to also throw me some checks. There is a chance you could fall.
Well, I just rolled a 12. So.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, you pretty much you make this look easy. I mean, Dr. Jones pretty much he walks down the railing. He does the surfer slide down the rail right past the metal head.
Frank with a 4 does the same, but marginally less balletically.
Yeah. Okay. A 4 is a fail. you know, yeah. You'll lose your footing at some point and go off the edge. And you will take a fall. Roll a little bit of dice here and see what kind of damage poor Frank has to eat.
On the plus side, he will land in water.
Yeah. But it's just getting banged on everything on the way down that does all the damage.
I prefer to think of it as a baptism.
Well, ordinarily this would be like a 9, 10, 11 point baptism. Since I'm using the heroic modifier, you will actually only take 4 hit points of damage, which is the maximum amount you can take.
All right.
Oof.
And
Yeah.
what do I land in or on?
You land in water.
Sploosh.
Whoosh.
Well, okay, so I'm immediate. Obviously, at some point I will have offered to take my share of carrying the survival stuff, but I assure you I will have let go of it and let it sink at this point. Flailing around, he's lost his glasses. Help! Help! Help!
Yeah.
Are we gonna help him?
Yes, I think we should. So, yeah, hurry down the rest of the way with slightly less care. Dump my bag of stuff on the side and then jump in to try and help him out.
Yeah, you're now swimming in very cold, very murky water at the bottom of this elevator shaft.
Okay. Well, I will grab Frank and try to help him out.
Yeah, no roll for that. I mean, even though he's probably flailing and might be a danger to you, I'll let it pass. 'Cause the humiliation of this is bad enough. But you manage to swim over to the walkway at the bottom and then climb back up onto the platform.
Well, I'm going to stay in the water for now. I'm going to drop another glow stick into the water and then swim down to try and recover his gear, or at least his glasses.
I'll give you a swim check.
Okay, it's athletics, isn't it? Is it constitution or strength?
I'd call it con, just because you're trying to hold your breath.
7.
7. Okay, well it beats a 6, so it's not terribly difficult. I mean, even though the water is murky, but you'll find the dropped gear and retrieve it and get back up to the surface with it.
Here, your glasses.
Sat, spluttering, drowned, emaciated rat that he is. Greek puts them back on, shaking, peers up. Thank you.
De nada. Well,
The
water.
mm-hmm.
But we still have
Well,
nothing to carry it in.
We're not going to die straight away.
Yeah, should probably strain it before you drink it, at least.
Yeah,
I think you might want to boil it.
it's a calm black water down here.
Do
Filled up the
the
shaft.
survival kits contain iodine tablets?
Yeah, they do.
Still need a container.
Yeah.
Do the
Boil them in
MREs
something.
contain mess tins?
No, they don't.
Okay. Do they contain tea bags?
They usually do. I don't know. Let me see. What would be in a standard MRE pack these days?
Because the British ones would, but
Yeah, but it's an American one.
yeah.
Probably
Just
contain
thinking-
tinned burger.
Spam.
Jalapeno and cheese and sort of disgusting nutrition flavored milkshake.
Let's see. Oh no, it's a defense logistics agency. That doesn't really help me. Anyway, MRE info. Here we go. Okay. There's a main course, a side dish, cracker or bread, a spread of some sort, a dessert, a candy, beverages. Yeah, tea is listed on there. So yes, there's a probability that there's tea in there. They used to have little Tabasco hot sauce bottles in them, but they've quit putting those in now. But the other thing it has is a spoon, matches, creamer, sugar, salt, chewing gum, and this is caffeine chewing gum, some toilet paper, and a flameless ration heater to heat up the entree.
Well, shit, a man could have a good time in Vegas with that.
Yes, you could. If you need a link to refer back to, I'll post it up in the private chat so you can do so. Hell, for the next adventure, I may just actually buy an MRE or two, and just so I can have it available to show you on camera.
I might buy one, and then I'll have experienced the American MRE.
Yeah, it's an experience, I'll say that. Yeah, see the picture in here has a picture of the Tabasco sauce bottle, and that's not in there anymore. They don't pack those in there anymore.
Flavor was found to be demoralizing.
Yeah, couldn't have morale.
All right. Well, are there any other exits down here?
There is in fact another exit from down here. There are some large blast doors they're normally operated by hand wheels because they're a foot thick of solid steel. Fortunately, the doors are open and they bear heavy damage as if the doors were battered and the lock mechanism was cut out with a metal torch a long time ago. A single person can pass through the narrow opening between the two jam doors at a time.
I'll go first. I will draw the pistol and laboriously figure out how to take the safety off because I don't really know how to use guns. And then I will edge my way through the door.
Okay. Oh, there is also an additional couple of doors out of here. Just to let you know. Sorry.
Clearly, important stuff is going to be behind giant blast doors. So,
yeah. All right. Well, let's see. Beyond the massive portals of steel lies a strange tunnel, itself leading off into more unrelenting darkness. Each person present has a strange sense here, as if you've entered a place long forgotten. Indeed, the very nature of the tunnel seems strange to your unaccustomed eyes. The tunnel is oval in its bizarre shape and seems to actually be made of corrugated metal, heavily rusted but easily differentiated from the stone you expected to see. Trash, bits of fallen stone, and links of discarded pipe lie everywhere. Your first careless footsteps echo through the eerie emptiness, answered only by the gloomy sound of dripping water in the distance.
That might be cleaner. So basically, we're walking down the time tunnel.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a big circular, kind of like ball-shaped kind of chamber. There is a set of there's a ladder that leads to another hatch up top, as you can see. But there's also an exit from this place. And there's ladders everywhere to go up and down around in this area.
I'll wait for them to catch up.
Yeah. The chamber does appear to be a giant sphere. It's completely open.
So anything that looks like an overseeing control room? What seems like the best path to take?
Well, the area is filled with ancient decaying machines. If you kind of wipe them down a little bit, you can see that apparently this used to be some kind of the environmental control room for whatever this place was. And down below, you can see 4 big giant diesel-powered generators that used to power this place. Other than that, there's catwalks that run around this room. So it's actually got 2 levels to it. Air circulation tunnels all over the place.
If this was either an industrial or a military facility, there should be signs or coloured lines showing the ways to different sections. So check a couple of the doors and wipe the crowd off looking for signs.
From what you can tell, there's a ladder that leads to a set of air ducts up top, which I've already kind of told you what the air ducts are like. It's just covered in dust and everything. Other than that, there's another exit out of here. There's piping that's up above somewhere, and from what you can tell, if you proceed through this area, you're going to be heading towards something called a silo chamber.
You mentioned sections of broken pipe in this initial corridor. What's their diameter and how long is it? How could we find a serviceably long? I mean, sort of half a meter or less length of it.
Oh, like enough to form a nice club or something?
No, I was thinking since we had some extremely strong gaffer tape, and those MREs come with kind of plastic bags. A lot of the food is in sort of foil bags. I was thinking of using the tape to seal one end of the pipe to form a water carrier.
Not a bad idea. I'll allow it.
Okay, so we can go back through, fill those up with water, drop a couple of purification tablets in.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll work.
And by the time we're horribly, horribly thirsty, that will seem palatable.
I've never tried reconstituted water. I can't imagine what it tastes like. So probably salty.
Chemically.
Yes.
This ain't not that bad.
Oh, okay. So, heading out of here, or are you going to try your luck in the ducts above?
You mentioned a second silo chamber? I guess we may as well keep going this way for now until we run out of ways to go, so go through there.
Yeah, well, as you step through, it's like much to your collective surprise, there's a large alcove that lies here off from the main tunnel. Peering within, holding up your glow sticks, you see a series of old rusted pipes leading from the roof to a pair of gigantic black cylindrical tanks set straight into the metallic wall. There's murky water and runny mud pools at the ground near the base of these giant metal tanks, while a trickle of ice-cold water can be seen dripping from various points on the old wall pipes.
Any clue as to what was in these tanks?
Well, these are these big old black tanks are the exposed ends of 2 huge sunken water reservoirs that were originally designed to hold about 30,000 gallons of fresh water.
Frank looks at the rusting tube spatchcock together that he's carrying and just shrugs.
Well, these are probably ruptured. I don't think the water here is going to be any better than what we collected. So,
well, I mean, you can, if you want to try to get water out of these things, you're gonna have to make a little bit of a check to get it out because the piping is a little confusing.
Okay. I'm not the smartest tool, so someone else might want to have a go at figuring it out. Then I can do the twisting.
Yeah, I'll see if I can work it out, unless Frank's smart. Right.
No, go for it.
Before any modifiers.
I will give you, as far as for skills, if you have, I will give you survival, tech, or science.
I've got survival.
Okay. You can add in your survival.
I'm just looking at the training packages at the moment, so I would assume I'd have 1 point in it.
Okay. So you can add 1 point for survival, and you can add any bonuses that you have for intelligence and whatever you get on the 2d6 roll.
So no modifier for intelligence. So I've got 8 in total.
Right. Well, without doing any real damage to the piping, you'll get water to come out of the tanks. You're going to lose it to this pool if you don't have anything to hold it in, but the water appears to be very clean and potable.
Okay. I guess empty our tubes and refill them from this then.
This is probably the freshest water you've had in Lord knows how long.
200 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
In getting the water out, I mean, does this come out of a faucet or something, or if I have to like the
It's not a faucet. You're basically having to jury rig some of the piping in here to get it out of these big black reservoir tanks.
Okay.
Probably a pipe for getting test samples or something that we're using.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. May as well drink our fill while we can get to it, and then carry on.
Frank offers up a little apposite verse. And so with joy, brothers, we draw water from the wells of salvation.
Yes, something like that. So why are we going anywhere? Just out of interest, there's a shitload of water here. We've got some food. We're gonna have to see if there's anything left to eat anywhere. But we're at least not gonna starve to death for about a month after these run out.
Well, we need to make sure this place is safe. There could be animals or something in here. So we need to check it out. Exactly.
Yeah. But are we still planning on heading sort of northwest out of here, or are we?
Depends what we find here, I suppose.
Well, we found a shitload of water in the middle of a desert.
And you think that's a coincidence, do you, Doctor?
I mean,
it's like the GM put it there or something.
I don't think any of us are Bear Grylls. We're not going to survive walking across a desert.
Not without supplies, anyway.
I don't know. I led a few church youth groups into the Chaco Park.
Hey.
You might survive walking across the desert, and I urge you to go and try it, and then come back and tell us how it went.
Why don't you fuck off across the desert, right?
Hey, if those are my juniper bushes. Look, we've got to clear this place one way or the other. All right? We can argue about where to go and if we go at all later.
Okay, well, let's see if we can find anything to, I guess, kill and eat. Try and keep these MREs for another time if we can find anything else to. Because these are, well, they'll survive a nuclear apocalypse, won't they?
Well,
Looks like they have.
Well, yeah.
Okay, carry on.
all right. Well, there's really only one way to go out of this area. So you get back to a 4-way junction. Obviously, you could go back the way you came, but there are a couple of other routes you haven't explored down here. This place is pretty big. From what you can tell, it must have been an old Minuteman silo or an old Titan silo.
I'm only taking the lead because I see my character as being a bit headstrong, and having been the singer in the band, so sort of taking charge. So leftmost exit,
Leftmost
next-
exit.
or the next left. Always left.
Always left. All right. That works for me. All right. Well, now I have some idea where I am on the floor plan. So yeah, this area you've walked into has inches of black, smelly water and reeks strongly of rotten decay, with pipes hanging with rust curtains from the high ceiling overhead. There's tunnels that lead off in every direction. Huge pile of trash and garbage rots underneath an open, rusted hatch in the ceiling. Weak beams of sunlight can be seen piercing through the darkness above.
Well, carry on, taking it slow.
Right.
This hatch in the top, it's open, you said?
Mhm.
So stuff has blown in and fallen in from outside here?
Yeah, it's the hatch overhead. It's a 60-foot long vertical shaft, which is barely about 3 feet wide. From which you can tell it leads straight to the surface. You figure garbage and other trash managed to find its way in and blow down here, which is what the buildup of gross debris is. This place kind of presents one little difficult footing because you can't readily locate the actual floor of this junction chamber because of the extent of the flooding.
I'll keep my feet on the floor and sort of shuffle forward sideways.
All right. You're gonna need to make a save to get across this floor.
Save. Okay, how do we do that?
All right. Let's see what we're having to do a little bit of everything to kind of get y'all used to all this. Let me see for saves. I think they essentially roll just like skills, don't they?
They've got very high
no,
numbers. Feels like D20.
Okay. So roll a d20 against your reflex save.
Well, it's physical effect, mental effect, evasion, tech, and luck seem to be the saves.
Yeah, we'll call this an evasion.
So what, I need to roll equal or higher than the number?
I believe it's a roll over system, unfortunately, so
Okay. I got 18, so that's over.
I'm trying to work out what my saves even are.
It's just based off your class level, so it should be in the classes section.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll manage to get across this floor without too much difficulty.
Oh, I rolled a 2, so I'm fucked.
Okay. Yeah.
Is it possible to follow in Satan's footsteps and keep the path that he's already established?
Not without a save. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're going to make me roll it, aren't you? Okay.
I am. Sorry.
Oh, well, fear not, good doctor. The relative places of science and religion are confirmed. I rolled a 1.
Jeez. Okay. So the both of you go and fall into some muddy, disgusting, murky water. It's not a problem because Den can easily pull the both of you out. You will take a little bit of... Nope. Well, let's see. You'll both each take 1 point of damage.
Okay.
Just
reach down into the...
cuts and stuff.
Yeah, reach down to the water and haul them both back up onto their feet.
Yeah.
This is becoming a habit.
You're not a nun. Only nuns have habits.
I knew that was coming.
Nuns are idolatrous Mary worshippers.
Oh. You went there.
And that 2 reasons you're not a nun.
I mean, he's a bloke as well.
Well, unfortunately, like I said, this is a junction with multiple ways in and out. Checking 2 of them, I will go ahead and close down for you very quick because you head into 2 of these tunnels and find that they're both cut off by twisted corrugated sheeting and huge blocks of smooth-shaped stone, soil, and twisted metal that clogs the passage. It's evidently some kind of a great cataclysm caused this area to cave in. So, really, there is only the way you came in and one way out.
Well, the other way out, then.
All right. Moving on down this other tunnel. Yeah. This tunnel leads to a wide, barren chamber, the floor of which has fallen away in the center. Looking down the hole, which runs the length of this place, you see all manner of trash, fallen debris, and rubble below. One of you, actually, I'm going to give all of you guys a chance to notice this. I need a perception check from everybody.
6.
Okay.
9 plus whatever my perception would be based on.
Oh, that's real good.
Wisdom.
5.
Okay. All right. Well, this room leads off into 3 different areas. However, the good doctor does manage to see something that catches his attention. There is some characteristically dark brown blood stains that lead off into a nearby alcove.
I reckon we should go that way.
All right.
Well, it's in the same room. You can check it.
Okay. Shuffle over to check it.
All right. Well, what you find in the alcove are the brittle remains of an ancient skeleton. Has a rotted white pouch worn about the back on a deteriorating belt, blazoned with a large red cross, which is now badly faded. There's a patch on the skeleton's uniform that reads McCartney.
We found Paul. It's just George, John, and Ringo to go.
Yep.
See if any of this obvious medical kit is recoverable.
Yeah. You find two kind of odd-looking hypodermic syringes. They don't look like your standard injectors, like you're used to seeing from our time. These look a little bit more high-tech. They appear to have like an automatic plunging device. Basically, it looks like you just kind of like jam the needle in, and the mechanics do all the work to inject you with whatever the substances are that are inside the syringes. which
Say what's
the lettering on these things is kind of faded, but it looks like it says something like stim shot.
okay.
So is there any Xanax in that? Just
No.
out of interest.
No, and there's also an additional syringe that has something in there that only has the letters KO on it.
Kiora, probably.
Yeah. Is the guy this came from? Is he just completely skeletal? There's nothing left on
Oh. Yeah, there's nothing left of him other than his skeleton. And it's a brutal
have his
skeleton,
skull.
so...
I'm going to pick up his skull. And, like, I've always wanted one of these for my desk.
A what? His skull?
His skull, yeah.
It'll crumble apart in your hands. It's brittle.
Don't worry, I'm sure
That's
there'll
okay.
be others.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping I could set up an office. I mean, you'd be my only patient. Well, I mean, it's going to be a task and a half for this one, but
Physician, heal thyself.
Oh, Lord Thoth, I wish you'd been here earlier, man. We could have used a man with your talents in this adventure, but
But sometimes you just gotta work with what you're given, right?
that's right. That's all right. It's fun. You guys are getting to discover this just as much as everybody else is. It's the fun part. But yeah, from here, like I said, there's exits leading out to 3 other areas.
Left.
Well, there's kind of no left. It's like, but I get
Then
what you're saying.
left twice.
All right, let me see. I don't have a separate map, so I'm having to kind of scroll back and forth here. My apologies. Nearest left. All right, well, from the broken doorway and looking in, you can see that this part of the complex is flooded considerably, almost up to the point where your party now stands. The dark black water is only a few feet or so below the level of the entrance tunnel. And across the dark and forbidding water can be seen an old concrete platform. A doorway beyond seems to be collapsed, and earth pours out onto the platform itself. The sound of dripping water fills the entire place, echoing loudly. And as you approach, you see several eerie glows just beneath the surface of the water, which quickly sink deep into the darkness of the murky water as you enter.
No, sir, I don't like it.
What was that? What was that? There, in the water. There.
Something. But if we can't see the glow anymore, I don't think tossing a glow stick in there's going to be much help.
You do notice that the entire right side of this particular silo is made of metal plate.
I'll pick up a piece of rubble and toss it into the water as close to where those glowing things were as I can.
The little glowing things will kind of investigate the rock as it falls and then swim away.
And sorry, I'm right in thinking we have to swim, wade to get to this platform, right?
I mean, you're either going to have to swim across this water or build a raft or somehow manage to swing across. However, to encourage you to do so, you do see that on the wall of the platform on the opposite side is a rusted metal locker of some kind.
Well, someone's got to go over. But I couldn't help but noticing when you threw the rock in that whatever those things are, they were interested in it. Is there enough rocks here to maintain a kind of a distracting barrage?
Well, I mean, realistically, the little rocks might interest them, but probably not as much as a big giant thing falling into the water and splashing around.
Well, I was thinking that somebody would make a more elegant entrance than my usual technique into the water, but
What's something that's the worst thing in the MREs?
The worst thing in the MREs?
Yes.
Probably the main course. I don't know. Chat, do you these guys have packages of MREs. Do you have any suggestions for stuff you could throw? Oh, wait a minute. The dehydrated pork patties. Everybody hates the dehydrated pork patties.
Okay. Using a bit of wire to fashion a hook and a length of pipe to fashion a rod.
Are you kidding?
And some more wire or something to fashion a line wrapped multiple times around and tied a lot and
You're
duct tape.
Seriously making a fishing pole?
I'm making a fishing pole and using the dehydrated pork thing as bait.
Ugh.
I'm tossing it into the water.
Oh my god. Okay.
Well, I want to find out. It's not to catch anything. I just want to find out what these things are before I go wading in there.
Jeez. Okay. How to describe these things? Let me see if I can find a description for these things. They even have one. I really meant to get out all my old books and use those analog, but I did not want to go searching through all my boxes. So, yeah, you will see one of these things attach itself to the pork patty for a moment, and you pull it up really fast so you can get a glimpse of it, and for a moment you see it. It is a hideous aquatic creature that looks like a giant bloated lamprey eel or a sleek finned leech that gives off a distinctive glow as it swims or soars through the water. Its movement resembles a quick flash of light. It has a sucker-like mouth with rings of needle-like teeth that allow itself to attach itself to victims, from what you can tell. And it's attached to the nasty pork patty. It's only on there for just a second before it flips back off and swims around back into the water.
Okay, I turn to look at the other guys, say, "Fuck that." I am not swimming through all of that to open a locker for some 200-year-old Playboy magazines. No, fuck that.
Yeah, I don't think
go.
we should swim in it, but I think we want to catch that eel.
If you want to, be my guest.
Well, yeah, all right. I'll take the fishing rod.
You're gonna try to catch another one of these things?
Yeah, that's good eating.
Yeah, you won't have much luck. I mean, it's like, they've already smelled the nasty dehydrated pork patty, and clearly whatever these things are, they obviously don't, they're like lampreys or something. They don't eat, solid food, from what you can
bloodsuckers.
Tell from their mouth. Yeah, they are bloodsuckers of some kind, or
So
attach feeders.
Here's the plan. You take the rest of your Xanax and wade into the water.
That's actually not a bad idea.
I mean, I guess you could always stand on the shore here and try to shoot them with your pistols, but mean, as near as you can tell, there's only 4 of them in here, but still, I mean, nobody wants 4 leeches attached to them when they're that big.
It was mentioned. We don't have a scalpel in any of these medical stroke survival kits, do we?
They probably have like some kind of sharps of some kind, yeah. But you actually have survival knives. If you really wanted to try and craft a spear, if that's what you're after.
No. My plan was to, and the edge where we're standing would allow me to kind of extend a hand over the surface of the water sufficiently.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to take out a sort of little sort of disposable scalpel and just slit the top of my thumb. Hold it over the water and squeeze a few drops of blood.
Oh yeah, you want to break the water first before we do the fishing. That's where we're going wrong.
Yeah, these things will gather around the blood. Obviously, they can smell the blood. They're swarming around underneath where the drops are. They're kind of like, where's the food? Where's the food? Where's the food?
Okay. I squeeze another drop out to keep them interested.
Uh-huh.
And I shoot them.
You're gonna shoot these things?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll to hit. The D20 roll.
Plus dex bonus, yeah. Uh, 16.
Ooh, nice. Deal damage, please. You probably don't know how much damage this thing does, do you?
No. 5d10.
5d10. It doesn't really matter, does it? Let me see. We'll call it a hand-forged revolver. It'll do a d8 of damage.
Okay, 4.
4. Yeah, this thing you'll pretty much blast it into chunks with one hit.
What do the other ones do?
Well, the other ones will swarm around the dead one and obviously try to get a free meal.
Okay, shoot another one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a shot as well.
Okay.
17 hit it?
Oh, yeah. Easily.
And I got 9.
Yep. Yeah, your 9 will miss.
Okay.
Does 6
but you hit one.
You did 6?
6, yeah.
Yeah, you'll blast another one in half.
So there's
Don't
2
forget
left.
Yep, and don't forget to tick off your ammo, because...
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay.
Right, another shot.
Okay.
16.
Nice to hit.
And 5 damage, so I'm guessing that's another one dead.
Yep. And there's just one left down there.
Simon, you were shooting the other one, weren't you?
Yeah, I'll take another shot.
Okay.
Oh, natural 20. Do we do crit damage on that?
Yeah. I'm calling a natural 20 to be automatic maximum damage, so it's going to be 4 damage, 4 hit dice worth of damage. Yeah, your bullet goes like straight through this thing and bisects it perfectly as it hits it straight through its little ring of teeth and just cleanly shreds it in half, leaving 2 perfectly shredded lengths of life lamprey floating in the water, and they're all dead.
Frank licks his thumb, looks up with a sort of sly smile. For the blood is the life.
Frank, you can take 1 hit point of damage for your sacrifice, but well done.
All right.
We gather up the chunks.
Yeah, gather up the chunks, because that's our dinner.
Ew. Yeah, you may decide against eating these things because, from what you can tell, I mean, none of you guys are ichthyologists, but one thing you can tell from the one that was bisected, not only does it smell bad, but it also appears to be venomous.
But not poisonous.
Well, no, poisonous. Poisonous is when you touch it. Venomous is when it touches you.
Yeah, so provided we don't eat the poison glands, we should be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, you take your own risks. So
If
Oh,
if we studiously avoid anything that looks remotely like an organ of any kind, stick to the flesh and cook it long enough to break down the protein bonds, we should be fine.
yes, of course. All right.
This stuff's delicacy.
Well, you gather up the rest. I'll go and check the locker. I'll wade down to the far end.
You'll have to swim. There's no wading across this.
Okay, I will swim then.
And it's kind of disturbing because now that you're swimming in it, you do detect the smell and the taste of fuel mixed in with this water.
Well, good thing I'm using a glow stick and not a torch or a lantern then.
Yep. This is actually a fuel silo. But yeah, you'll get to the locker. The locker door is it's rusted shut, so you'll have to do a strength check to bash it open.
I'll douse it with water first to try and prevent any sort of spark or anything. Okay, so what is it to strength, you said? 13.
13. Yeah, you'll bash on it a bit. It's kind of stubborn, but it'll eventually break. Inside, what you find is some abandoned safety equipment. There are 3 sets of breathing apparatus. Each one has approximately a 10-hour duration on these things. There's also a fire extinguisher, 2 acid-resistant large steel shields, and a silvery bodysuit, which we'll treat it as acid-resistant leather armor. It's actually quite a haul.
Okay. Load it all up onto me as best I can, and very slowly swim back to the others.
No problem. Yeah. You have some treasure.
I'm not wearing that. It's too glam. One of you can have it.
I think our friend here should wear it for when the spaceship takes him up.
Well, and because he seems to be having the most trouble with everything.
Yes, ever since that first tumble into the water, I have basically been hobbling on a sprained ankle as well, by the way.
Poor guy. Poor Frank. But he's turning out to be useful.
Yeah. Here, Frank, put this on.
Yeah.
All right.
He looks distinctly dubious, but doesn't resist. So yes, he will put this apparel on. Hey, he's not proud.
It's a humble man of God.
All right. Well, humble man of God. Your armor class changes to 6 from this armor, and you additionally have acid resistance. And we are coming up on 2 hours. I could use a restroom break really quick. How about y'all?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So why don't we reconvene in about 10 minutes and continue from there?
Groovy.
Alrighty.
Righty. We'll see y'all in 10 minutes.
So are we back?
I am.
Yep.
Got some traffic going on there, huh? All right. Well, let's see. When we last left our intrepid party, you had just managed to retrieve some goodies from the fuel silo, which leaves a couple of other silos yet to be explored and an entire area where the living quarters are.
So, Frank, do you play any instruments? You seem like the kind of guy that could, like, strum a few chords around a campfire.
Oh, no. The Lord didn't bless me in that regard.
Ah, that's a shame. Maybe you could be a drummer.
Aren't they the and he gives a sly look across to our musician. Aren't they the worst though? I mean, one hears such stories, swimming pools, and then he looks guilty that he knows this stuff.
I mean, you were just in a swimming pool, so seems like. I mean, I'm just thinking, like, we've got the rest of our lives with just the three of us. Probably going to need something to entertain us. Nathan Explosion here. He's a singer. I mean, I used to play a bit of guitar back in university. If we can find one, I suppose we could probably do something with it. I mean, he could sing a bit.
Frank walks up to the doctor, puts a sort of comradely arm on his shoulder. Doctor. That's all gone now. Don't you understand? It's all gone.
Well, I mean, what do you propose we do for the next, 30 days before we starve to death?
I don't mean to sound blasphemous, but maybe 40 days is a more appropriate number. And what do I propose we do? We've been chosen. We've been selected. All those people in all those pods, now nothing more than dust and slime. And here we are.
Yeah, I mean, the computer picked us at random to survive.
No. Nothing happens by accident, Doctor. We've been chosen. The three of us.
Okay, but the point remains, we've got to find something to do while we're not, scavenging old missile silos and stuff.
We have time to figure that out. Look, those lamprey things survived. There is life. There must be survivors.
I mean, some slugs that live in water have got a much better chance of surviving than people. But yeah, if you say so.
People think, people adapt, people make tools, you know?
I mean, there's a distinct lack of missiles in these silos.
Yeah.
People get blown to bits by, bombs and killed by radiation, and everyone's dead.
We'll find out. That's what we can do to start with. Find out if we really are alone. And we can start by finishing searching this goddamn silo.
squeezing the doctor's shoulder with slightly too much familiarity. The world has been purged by fire, Doctor. We have been chosen to be witnesses to the end. Don't you feel privileged?
I mean, in a way, because, like, you know, we could live in any time period in history, but only one lot of people gets to see the end of the world. But on the other hand, it's a bit shit.
Everything, Doctor, works to the glory of the Lord. And with a final patronizing pat on the shoulder, he walks away.
I'm going to scribble down some notes in a pocket notebook.
Careful, that might be the last paper in the world.
This is my my patient journal. I don't have any more patients. I think I can spare the paper.
Right. Well, can you make notes and walk? We need to keep looking.
Certainly, yeah.
All right. Carry on.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, unfortunately, your explorations here have to stop because you reach a large metal door that's rusted and jammed. On the face of the door are the words Silo number 3, Work Center Codes 63150/Buddy System at all times.
Right. But there's no way this door is getting open.
Well, from what you can see, there is a spot on the door for off the side of it for a ID card to be inserted.
Does it still have power?
Apparently, yes.
Did we search McCartney suitably to find an ID card?
Yeah, he didn't have one on him. So perhaps somewhere back in the rest of the complex you can find the card.
All right. Well, double back and look for an unexplored area. The next left.
As it were. Yeah,
Yep.
I figured you were. Well, you'll have to move back towards the living quarters. You're not near the antennae. Yeah, you'll make your way back through the tunnels and find off to one side is the living area. As you enter this area, you smell dampness and rot prevalent in the smothering, musty air. Chamber is strangely shaped as if it were the top part of a giant cross-section sphere. The floor is extensively damaged and littered with broken stone, discarded pipes, and rusted metal paneling. Changes from bare concrete near the entrance tunnel to a black and white checkerboard towards the rear, as if a wall once separated this area into two distinct rooms. But the wall is long gone. South part of the room is sectioned off by a cracked stone wall, and an open doorway sits empty in its face. A narrow set of stairs and a fallen-away elevator can be seen near the entrance tunnel, and a strange graffiti covers nearly every stretch of the wall. Sound of dripping water can be heard echoing throughout.
Make
Anything?
graffiti?
Yeah. What
Pardon?
you said.
What?
Could we make out anything of the graffiti?
It's that same strange graffiti. that you've seen on the outside. It's a mishmash of English, but the words aren't necessarily all English. I mean, it's our lettering system, obviously, but the words could be anything from Brazilian to or Portuguese or Japanese high phonetical spelling to Mandarin Chinese characters and things. It's a strange sort of graffiti. Mostly it's pictures and things. Mostly what it tells you is that, other people have been around this area before. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, this place has already been cleaned out.
Well, we've still found a few things. It's still worth looking.
Yeah, protected by some slugs.
Well, there might be something more palatable than slugs.
Well, I suppose we've got food and water for the next couple of days. We should probably have a look just to see, but I'm not going to get my hopes up. There's some nut has been writing all this crap around here.
Yeah, so I don't want to rest until we know reasonably that nothing's going to climb up out of the depths and eat us.
Yeah, well, I don't think in a couple of 100 years the cockroaches will have evolved that much.
Oh, you wish. Well,
so, what are the explorable parts of here?
I'm getting there. You will see that there are various small lockers that are beaten and rusted and set into the walls. They don't seem to have too much of anything in them now. There's a small room with latrines off the one section, and it smells faintly of urine and feces. There were the old fixtures, including stalls and sinks, are missing or torn out and smashed on the floor. However, can I get a search check since you're searching?
Yep.
I did not find anything.
What'd you roll?
3.
Yeah.
You got 8.
8. Okay.
Yep, same 8.
All right. Let's see. 2 8s. Let's see who finds what. Grim.
Mm-hmm.
You walk by a section of electronic equipment, most of which can't be salvaged, but you see one of the computers is still semi-functional. It's actually a motion detector. And the interesting thing is it shows you a kind of a computer-generated map of this whole complex. And it shows you green spots for everything that's moving around here.
Okay.
Is that a portable piece of equipment, or is it fixed?
Well, you'll need to link it. It's kind of intermittent right now, but if you can get it hooked up to a power source, or to its power source, I should say, it'll be able to function normally.
Right. Well,
there are the lockers, but also sorry.
Yeah, I'm not really technical, so see what you found, and then figure out what to do next.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. Frank finds quite a nice find. Hidden amongst the rubble, you find a small black, filthy, torn journal.
Literally just thumb through it just to see
Uh,
It's
there
poor
are
quality.
there are a series of dated entries.
In English,
Yeah, apparently
you say
American
dated.
English. Yeah,
Dated
the
when?
the first one starts June 10th, 2000 and 2019. Actually, it's 2020, 21. Sorry. I have to account for the time that this was actually written versus what time it is now.
Doctor, you seem to yearn for the days that have already passed. Here, hand him the notebook.
I wouldn't say yearn, but I mean, it would be nice if there were more people. What's in this notebook then? Have a quick look at a couple of entries.
Well, you are you going to read it out to your fellow survivors?
Yeah, I'll read it out loud.
Right.
Just pick a random entry.
Oh, a random entry?
Yeah.
Okay. June 17th, 2022. No contact. Sent McIntyre out today in a suit to check the surface radiation level. He came back with a poor little dog that was dying from the radiation. I could tell the man's sanity was slipping, but he needed to save something. Anything. We've kept the poor thing. I think he's nicknamed it Survivor. Even made a name tag for it. There are many other entries.
So, I mean, as you can see, everybody is dead. I mean, whatever happened out there caused a lot of radiation, killed everything. The people down here are dead. Everybody is dead.
Like there are other entries.
I'll hand the book back to Frank.
Okay, I'll turn to the last entry.
The last entry?
Mm-hmm.
July 29th, 2022. Put raving McIntyre out of his misery. Taking pistol into the tunnels. We'll find McCartney. We'll return and take another surface reading.
Okay. Well, if people are minded to stay here long enough, I would like to go through this to try and kind of build up a picture, a sort of bullet point picture of what happened, how many people were here, what happened to them, etc.
I had to start at the beginning.
Yep, that's fine. And unless you're minded to read out, unless you're minded to provide us with an info dump, I'm quite happy to be doing that as we're moving on.
No, I figure you're doing it as you go.
Yep.
And I was ready to read this out anyway. I was actually practicing last night. June 10th, 2021. I can't believe it. It's finally come to this. I must have been in shock the day the order came because I can't remember us locking up. All I could think of was my dear Judy. My dear, sweet Judy. New York City's gone. Completely gone. But we have a job to do, and I must forget. Forget everything. Forget it all. It's all gone now anyway, isn't it? June 11th, 2022. We were hit last night. Radar tracked the SS coming in. We stand tall despite the collapse of sections A and B. It doesn't matter, we've already launched. Kiev, Canterbury, and Munich all stand in ruins. And it was my order. My goddamn order. June 16th, 2022. No contact. Some of the men are showing signs of strain. Nelson is keeping to himself. Too quiet. I wonder about him. McCartney is keeping his hold well and is taking stock of the supplies with his usual orderliness. If this ends, if it ever ends, I want that man commended. June 17th, 2022. No contact. Sent McIntyre out today in a suit to check the surface radiation level. He came back with a poor little dog that was dying from the radiation. I could tell the man's sanity was slipping, but he needed to save something. Anything. We've kept the poor thing. I think he's nicknamed it Survivor. Even made a name tag for it. June 18th, 2022. Still no contact. Survivor is gone. Nelson said he's somewhere in the tunnels, but our calls go unanswered. Someone is stealing supplies. If this persists, we're not going to last. Who cares? There's nothing left anyway. Nothing but a desolate world of radiation and poison. Dear God, what have we done? June 19th, 2022. No contact. What's the use? There's no one out there. No one left. We're all alone. July 20th, 2022. Strange noises tonight, echoing in the complex. McIntyre is losing his cool. Thinks there's something in the complex with us. McCartney thinks it's the same structure in silos A and B, just creaking. That must be the cause. Lasted for a few hours and then died out completely. July 21, 2022. Nelson has failed to report to duty. The search has turned up nothing. He's gone mad, fled to the surface. None of the suits are missing. He won't last 3 hours out there. Poor devil. July 22nd, 2022. McIntyre is cracked. Says he saw Survivor in the tunnels. But I fear McIntyre is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and will be detained until he shows some sign of improvement. July 23rd, 2022. Strange noises again last night. I think the complex is weakening. I fear we may not have much time left, though we cannot go to the surface yet. RAD's registering at 2,000. McIntyre was screaming nearly until dawn about Survivor being changed. A horror. McCartney is keeping him under. Note to self. Are the supplies of morphine running extraordinarily low, or am I imagining it? Did Nelson steal the stock before fleeing? McCartney claims the stock is as it should be. July 25th, 2012. 2022, sorry. McIntyre has had an overdose and is comatose. I think McCartney has been dipping into the morphine. He's totally withdrawn. July 26, 2022. Dear Lord, watch over us. Only you can save us now. Confronted McCartney about the morphine. He's confessed to stealing not only morphine, but also water and food. Claims we're going to die no matter what. He's right. There really is no hope for us. The world outside is gone. May we all burn in hell for what we've done. July 28, 2022. Strange noises again last night. I can't help but wonder what keeps making that awful roar. Sent McCartney into the tunnels to examine the structural damage. He hasn't returned. We'll take gear and find him tomorrow. July 29th, 2022. Put the raving McIntyre out of his misery. Taking the pistol into the tunnels, and we'll find McCartney. We'll return and take another surface reading. Here the journal ends, and there is no further entries.
I'll basically read that out verbatim as we continue searching for as long as required and then moving on.
So somewhere down here there's a dead body with a pistol on it.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully a key card.
Actually, as you get to the last page of the journal, you will see a stage 3 key card fall out.
Fortuitous.
Wave it at whoever wants to take it.
Oh, you keep that, Frank. You got lucky there.
Well, rather than make you guys roll for bashing in all the locker doors, I figure you guys were bashing them open while Frank was reading this. But out of a search of a dozen or so lockers, most of them are empty, but you will recover an automatic pistol, 2 full metal cartridge clips for the pistol, 2 sets of blue plastic coveralls, which are the uniforms of the former silo personnel, and a thick plastic binder filled with laminated pages covered in launch codes and procedures, which are totally useless now.
Don't suppose that comes with a schematic, does it?
Not really, no. The launch code books literally just have code phrases and stuff, and usually a pair of missile keys. Although, I don't know, I think they may have taken the keys out a long time ago. It's been a while since I've kept up to date with missile silos. Well, you have some idea of what happened down here, and you have some idea of what to do.
You have the key card, so go back to the door, I suppose.
Well, don't forget, you still have the motion detector, and it does show other blips in this complex.
Yeah, but we need power for that. So hopefully there's something intact behind the locked door, which we can use to repair the motion detector.
All right.
We're still using a glow stick for light, right?
Yeah, you're still having to go through glow sticks, unfortunately, which those don't last that long normally.
So as we walk out of this room and the light from the glow stick fades away, Frank just sort of takes one dispassionate look at this notebook and just throws it back into the trash.
One thing that you did see on the computer, on the motion detector, that did kind of unnerve you is the fact that there was some kind of a movement below the area you're in right now.
Could we hear anything?
Not from up here, but you know there is a set of stairs that goes down into a lower area above this crew living area. In other words, it's a 2-level crew living area. You haven't gone down to the second floor yet. Really, it's more like a basement.
Okay. Well, I guess we check that out first then.
All right. Well, heading down there, you almost want to pass out because the stench of decay and heavy rust and spoiled water is almost overpowering. And the subtle smell of rotten flesh. There's columns of machinery and burnt-out computers that rise from the ceiling to the floor here that create an almost maze-like labyrinth. Coils of heavy wiring dangle precariously from above like spider webs. The sound of dripping water echoes through the darkness, interrupted suddenly by a momentary slithering noise.
Okay. Slowly, carefully descend, gun ready.
Mm-hmm. Well, this lower level is almost totally destroyed. There's old rows of machines that have rusted through and falling concrete panels that have damaged or flattened the rest. There's a few millimeters of gray, sickly water collected on the floor. And there's a strange fuzzy mold that seems to cover several of the computer consoles and PCs. Correct, I should say, yeah.
Tighten my bandana around my mouth. Any lights to indicate anything still has power?
Nothing down here. Everything's pretty much deteriorated. Although, it's a little unnerving because you can see a patch of mold that moved.
Okay,
Slowly.
start backing back up the stairs.
There is a large patch of what looks like a gray oozing mold moving across the floor towards you, just inching little by little.
This is not good, but it's alive.
Just beyond it, you can see that there is a skeleton in one of the corners where it was. I mean, it pretty much oozes off of him, leaving a digested bear skeleton behind. So whatever this thing is obviously pretty acidic in nature, but it does appear to be moving quickly enough to engage you.
Okay.
You're the PCs. It's your turn. You get to go first.
Just to be clear, this silvery suit I'm wearing, it doesn't actually have written on it, proof against pH -7,
No.
acid, was it? No. So I've got no idea that this is actually useful in this context. Okay.
Yeah. You're or the giant or the shields that you found that are acid resistant or anything either, and would have been perfect for this. Now, what's the party wish to do? You have a combat.
I shoot the bastard.
Shoot it. Shooting a gray ooze effectively. Roll to hit. Should be easy.
Yeah. 15.
Oh yeah. Easy hit. Deal damage.
7.
7 is 2. Yeah, your gunshot will ripple through this thing and tear out a decent-sized chunk of its mass.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot it as well.
Okay.
16 plus whatever my...
Oh yeah, easy hit. Easy hit.
Right, it's D8 damage, wasn't it?
Yep.
5 points of damage.
Which is 1 point. Yeah, your shot will ripple through it and destroy enough of its mass that it discorporates. It'll kind of settle down into an inert gray mass now. No longer moving. It appears to be dead.
Put another bullet into it just to check.
Sure.
Do I need to roll for it if it's not moving?
It's not moving anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going to walk up to it and shoot it just to be sure.
Okay, just make sure you're knocking your ammo off.
Sorry?
Make sure you're ticking your ammo off.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, while he's doing that, edge around him and check out the rest of the place.
Yeah. There's nothing else too interesting in here other than lots of fungus patches everywhere where the thing was hiding. Yeah, you can see the skeletonized corpse. Most of his possessions have deteriorated, except for an intact spear, which appears to be a long spear of some kind. It's kind of crudely fashioned with, pieces of metal and, fire-hardened wood and stuff, but it's still serviceable.
See, people survived.
And
Primitive people.
This is kind of interesting. It's a pistol of some kind, but it doesn't look like anything you've ever seen before. It doesn't have any place to put bullets in. It looks like it has some kind of almost a USB clip or something that goes into it. And it's in a leather holster with it's kind of hard to describe this pistol. It looks strange, boxy, plastic, with lights and stuff on it.
Are any of the fungi edible?
Yeah, only if you eat it. Ugh. I would say from the stink down here, you probably wouldn't want to try. I mean,
No, I just wondered with a survival skill, like if I could actually determine that one way or the other.
yeah, I'll let you roll it. I'll let you roll your survival skill.
Check the color of the gills.
Could I see if they'll make you hallucinate?
Well, maybe see if it's edible first. I mean, well, it's like they say, all mushrooms are edible. Some are only edible once.
So that was an 8 on a survival check.
You definitely don't want to eat anything down here.
If Dr. Jones has expressed his desire for hallucinatory fungus out loud, I seem to toy with the idea of proffering one to him, but no, I don't.
He might have hallucinations as he dies horribly from being poisoned by one of these things.
Probably best not to eat them then.
No. Well, not unless you're keen to advance the fate which is waiting for you anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I mean, if it gets too bad, we can always just eat these shrooms and speed up death.
You're awfully fatalistic for a psychiatrist.
I'm a realist. Everyone's dead. This thing, whatever it is, just tried to kill us.
This person might be dead, but they're dead more recently, and someone clearly made that spear, right? So there are people, alive people, recently.
Yeah, maybe.
Come on, Frank, let's take that card to the door.
Certainly.
All right. Nobody is picking up the spear or the.
I'll take the spear.
Okay. It is it's a standard long spear. Basically gives you reach, does a D8 of damage. Okay. The pistol is kind of like the real find.
Yeah, but I don't know how it works. But maybe Dr. Jones can take that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's got some ammo with it, I'll hand them my pistol to take the ammo out of, and I'll use this one.
All right.
Well, this pistol doesn't accept ammunition like bullets. I mean, if you pull the trigger, you'll see that some kind of energy will build up inside a capacitor inside of it, and it will flash a shot of some kind of searing energy out of it.
Oh, so some kind of alien ray gun. So we're properly fucked.
Well, it has like Securitech Mazer written on the side of it.
Yeah, but we we don't have this tech. This has got to come from aliens. The world got blown up.
Well, it says aliens, made in the USA on the side of it.
Well, yeah. This is just Dr. Jones's logic.
Okay.
Aliens must have come to deal with the humans. They've got this tech. We're all fucked.
Well, everybody else definitely saw this thing emit a beam or a flash of microwave energy that fried whatever it was that you hit. Pretty powerfully too. You want the stats on it, or who's taking it?
I'll take it.
Okay. This is a Maser pistol. It does 2d10 damage. And it has a 50-foot range. And it's
Does it take any sort of ammo?
I'm sorry, what?
Does it take any sort of ammo that I'll need to find?
Yeah, it takes energy clips.
Okay.
Does it have a readout to say how many shots it has left?
I knew that was going to be the next question. So I'm actually having to go through the equipment section to find where we have eclipse. Because they only have a certain number of charges. They're rechargeable, but you have to be able to, find a source of power to recharge them with.
Oh, we can always rip the ID card reader off the wall and use whatever's powering that.
Well, once we get the door open.
Except this place seems to be frozen in the early 21st century, and unless we've got much better at interoperability of power cables.
Everything's USB-C. It's fine.
Well,
yeah,
pretty much if you can find the positive cable and the ground cable and put them on the right pins, things are pretty connectable.
Okay, I don't have the E-clip. Oh wait, here we go. Power sources. Power clips. It immediately powers the weapon. Okay, so power clips have 10 discharges. And you've used up one, so it's got 9 shots left, basically, before it runs out.
Okay.
Yeah, if you need to understand how it works, then yes, it's a fuel cell it's an electrochemical device that converts the chemical energy of the fuel into direct current output, like a continuous process battery. So,
Cool.
yeah.
Dr. Jones is not an electrician.
Ow. That's one thing I really loved about the way Dominic wrote all this stuff is he does kind of provide, like a little miniature look at how it worked and stuff, so it's feasible. I'm really not sure why he stopped writing all this. We were working on something together before he just up and decided, nah, I'm not doing it anymore. I never did get an explanation for why.
Yeah, shit happens,
It happens, yeah. But it's a damn good game system. It's a damn great world. It's good survival horror when the PCs are contemplating suicide. Yes, indeed. It's not quite that bleak yet, though.
No,
we have so much more horror.
When it gets that bleak.
So heading back towards that door. Yeah, you'll plug the card in. You'll hear some kind of mechanism inside creak, and some kind of big motors and stuff move, just very slowly and haltingly. You're literally standing there waiting for a good 5 minutes for this door to open, and then it stops moving. Probably forever, as the light on the door thing shuts down. But it's open wide enough that somebody can get through.
All right.
You can get through one at a time now.
I'll go through first.
All right. Yeah, entering to your immediate left, you see a tunnel which most likely leads to another missile silo or a fuel storage system. And a little further to your right is another tunnel which leads to another missile silo.
Any signage or anything, or does it just say missile silo 1, missile silo 2?
It says like silo 3, silo 4. Titan missile silos. There was usually about I think like 6 of them, and the access corridors to 4 of them have been broken off that you can't get into. So these are the only 2 missile silos you can get into. Is 3 and 4. What are you heading in?
Yeah, start with the leftmost one.
Okay.
As is tradition.
Well, your footsteps echo as you come to the edge of a small platform which overlooks a massive cylindrical chamber that stretches up into darkness and down into dark, murky water. Titan 1 missile silos are 165 feet deep, but 90 feet of it is underwater right now, and the missile is long gone. Up above, you can see the massive concrete doors that weigh about 116 tons apiece that are still shut after decades of abandonment. I mean, there's a metal skeleton of stairs and a small rusted elevator platform that leads down into the water, vanishing into the darkness if you really wanted to go down there.
No, not that desperate yet, I don't think.
Additionally, this water probably isn't good.
Yeah. Other left, then.
All right. Now we come to the fun place. All right. This is a control silo that you enter, and it's this dark circular chamber, the walls of which are hard, smooth stone. There's a great deal of trash and debris littering this entire place, and the smell is absolutely horrible. There's a metal ladder that's rusted in places that leads to an open trapdoor above. Another open trapdoor leads into the darkness below. A doorway, the door torn from its hinges long ago, sits across the chamber. That's what you find to start with.
Is up or down left?
Neither.
It depends which way the stairs go. It could be left, or it could be 3 lefts. So this one is flooded as well? Isn't flooded?
It doesn't appear. Well, you don't know if it's flooded. Like I said, it's a floor, and there's a hatch that goes up with a ladder, and a hatch that goes down with a ladder.
Well, up is just going to take us back towards the surface. So check the down hatch.
You don't know that for sure, but okay. Going down first. Everybody who comes in here needs to make a con save. The stench is so bad.
Any bonus for having my bandana across my mouth?
I'll give you a +1.
Okay.
So I rolled a 7, but I've got a con of 18. I'm trying to work out the bonus on that, though.
If you rolled a 7, there's no way you got like a +11.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering why.
I think the system caps out at +3.
No, it's +2.
+2,
18.
yeah.
There you go.
So hang on, this should be a physical effect save, shouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay, fail.
Ooh,
Yep.
20. There you go.
Oh.
I know when to get my fucking nat 20s.
There you go. Frank is the only one who actually seems to revel in the stench of decay. Apparently the apocalypse is great for him. He's really enjoying it. The smell of urine and feces and trash and debris and everything else that is so overpowering. It's literally giving the two of you a -1 on all your rolls right now while you're in here. Is actually giving him a +1.
It's no more than we deserve.
All the fixtures in this place, by the way, are ruined, and the rest of this place, it looks like it's suffered from serious seismic damage. But
Good Lord, it's stench to test us.
yeah. So you heading down?
Yes.
All right, heading down first into the pit. Well, creaking metal stairs lead down into a musty, awful chamber below. Cluttered, cavernous place is filled with the old, bashed and battered pieces of heavy electronic machinery, each covered in a thick layer of flaky rust or blackish-green verdigris. Old dials and meters, once brimming with lights, have shattered or rusted completely over, turning the place dark and quiet. Pitch blackness here is only weakly illuminated by the glow of your glow sticks, revealing motes of dust suspended in the air, kicked up by something waiting just on the edge of the light.
Something. Okay, well, gun out.
Yeah.
Yeah, thingy.
Yeah, you'll hear it roar as it comes into view. This thing is really a monster. Hang on, let me...
Yeah, I'm going to vaporize this thing, whatever it is.
I hope so. This thing has a potential to kill the entire party. What you see appears to be a radiated, large, mutated, canid creature, although the fur has all but sloughed off, revealing wet, translucent skin beneath, like the thin, transparent flesh of a grape. You see black veins and greenish muscles pulsing and contorting beneath this oozing epidermis, creating a nauseating fluidity. It stands about 2 meters tall with a vaguely crocodilian head terminating in an oozing snout, and it's covered in oozing, melting flesh.
Does it have a name tag that says Survivor?
Well, maybe you can check it after it kills you, or I mean after you kill it.
Immortal puppy.
Do we roll initiative, or shall I just take a shot at it?
I'm using the heroic rules. The heroes always get to go first. It's always your call. You can fight or run as you need to.
I rolled a 6, so no, I missed.
Yeah, you miss horribly.
Shit. I got a crit.
Oh, beautiful. You did 4 damage to this thing. Yeah, this thing it'll reel back, it'll roar. It's still there, though.
This particular hero is now rifling furiously through his folded up script of equipment to retrieve the firearm.
Okay, so you're spending your round retrieving your firearm. Very good. This thing will lurch forward and attack. Obviously, the only person who hit it was Grim, so he gets all the receiving end of all the damage today.
No.
All right, let's see. This thing has 2 claws and a bite.
Can I throw myself in front of him?
No, your action is to
damn
dig
it.
through your stuff. You've already claimed what you're going to do.
Fair enough.
All right, so melee bite, natural 19. First claw, 8. It's plus with its pluses, it's +5, so it's 13 to hit.
My
I'm
AC
assuming-
is 7.
So yeah, and it's going to miss with the second claw. All right. We have 1 bite. That bite is particularly vicious. It's 8 damage, of which you will take 2. Its claw does 6, of which you also take 2. So you've taken 4 points of damage from this horrible thing. And you're being this close to it, it's like literally you can feel your cellular levels start to pop and decay under this thing's massive radiation.
I shoot it a second time at point blank range
Good, very good, very good. Go ahead.
because it's got me in its jaws. I can't exactly back away. 19.
That'll hit.
And damage 7.
So 2 more points to it. It's still there.
Get this fucking thing off me!
What's the other 2 players
I'm
doing?
going to attempt to vaporize it and hopefully not vaporize them on the spot. No, I rolled a 4. So
Did you roll a 4?
I rolled a 4.
Okay, well, yeah, it's you use 3 shots out of the maser pistol. Yeah, vaporizing some sections of wall. Frank,
Standing up, gun in hand, but realizing he's a bit of a crap shot anyway. He's going to use, if he may, he's going to use unarmed combat to literally kind of, like people imagine that you can just tear open the jaws of a crocodile if you just stick your hands in and pull. That's what he's going to try and do to release my trapped companion.
well, he's not literally trapped.
Oh, okay, fine. In that case, I will just throw myself in its immediate path, right in front of him.
So you're not gonna try to punch it, claw it, or anything, or shoot it. Knife it?
If I can punch it on the way in, that's fine. Yes.
I will give you a roll for that. I mean, why not?
Okay.
Give it a left cross.
Yeah, that for any kind of cross will do, brother. So that's, does that go under strength? Is that right?
Well, yeah, it'll be strength plus your dice plus your attack
Unarmed.
bonus, which
Yeah, so it's 1, so 8. No, -1 because my strength is feeble, so 7. So I guess that's a miss.
yeah, your punch. I mean, this thing is so big, it's not hard to hit it. But it's like your hand just kind of like hits its rubbery, sloughing flesh, and not only does it feel nauseating to touch, it's just like, yeah, it's just.
Okay. But primarily, as long as I am between it and the 2 people who can actually do it damage, that's a good thing.
It will certainly take into consideration attacking you versus the other 2.
Think tasty thoughts.
Yeah. We'll leave it down to a dice roll. On a 1 or a 2, it decides to take a bite out of Frank. On a 3 or 4, it's going after the person who has hurt it already. The doc hasn't done anything to it so far at all. So, and it decides it really wants a meal of Grim.
Damn it! Why do I have to be so tasty?
I know. All right, so we have a bite and 2 claws again. This thing has some very generous to hit rolls. Not that I'm rolling well anyway. Oh, sorry, it's off the
Being
table.
eaten by a giant radioactive dog is a pretty metal way to go.
Yeah.
Well, it could happen. So you get clawed and bit again. Ooh, that bites, or that claw's pretty vicious. The bite is not so bad though. You will take 7 points from a bite, which converts to 2, and maximum damage from a claw, which is 6, 7, 8, which is 2 more. So you take 4 more damage.
I am at -1 health.
Oh my! Perhaps you should do something about that.
Such as?
What's your class?
What's it called? Speaker.
Speaker?
Yeah.
What can a speaker do?
Once per day, automatically convince a single intelligent NPC to be friendly or intimidated. Or once per day, re-roll a failed cultural roll. So none of that's really helpful.
That's not going to be helpful, no. It would have been better if the survivor had gotten hit, because he could have offset that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do!
Yeah.
Someone stabbed me with the stim pack.
Yeah.
He will,
yeah. Well, hang on.
I'm going to go the impacts and the thing that said KO off of.
Okay. Yeah.
Stabbing with the right.
All right. Well, yeah. Den goes down. He's about to become a meal for this thing. Dr. Jones runs over and stim packs him?
Stim packs him, yeah. I'd like to try and KO the monster as well, but
you gonna try the KO pack on him?
no, I want to try the KO pack on the monster. But I want to stim pack Ben first.
Oh well, good. All right.
I think we can keep this one as a pet if we can knock it off.
Let me see what the stim pack will do for you. I should have one of these things pulled up all the time, huh? But, think about it. I didn't think about it. Stim Shot A, Polyregenerative Supplement A. It provides instant accelerated healing. 1 dose of Stim Shot will heal 2 die 8 plus 10 hit points instantly.
Okay.
Roll 2 die 8
plus
2 die 8 plus 10.
Well, I'm back up to maximum health.
I was going to say, no possibility of using half a dose, is there?
No.
Water it down with vodka or something.
Okay. Can I hand thing to Den so that he can act and just stab him with this?
Well, yeah, but I need you to roll your healing first.
Yes, I'm at maximum health.
Yeah, I mean, plus 10 would put him at max health anyway.
Yeah, but remember, healing goes through conversion too.
Oh, okay. So 2d8.
Yep.
10, so that's 22.
22. Okay. Yeah, that'll be 8 points of healing.
Yeah. So I'm back at max.
Okay. You had to roll though. Could have been less. Yeah. Yeah, your tissue regenerates almost instantly. Even the bruises and stuff are gone. It's just left holes in your clothing and blood.
Yeah. I take it I can't act this turn because I've had to be fixed.
Right. So Frank, it's all on you, buddy.
Now the doctor has basically just kind of stood over him and injected him, right?
Yes.
And he's laying on the ground.
Yes.
So, in principle, I can literally stand over them, so it has to come through me this round.
Very good. Okay, so you're just gonna stand there and let yourself get hurt.
Yep.
Okie dokie. I will oblige you. Okay. The pit creature. Got a, let's see, it's a natural 11, so that becomes a 18. Going to hit you all day long. Oops. And that's a 15 plus 5, so it's a 20. That's going to hit all day long. Oh. Come on. Cock dice. Cock dice. Alright, that's cocked. It's a 17, which is going to hit also. So, Frank, you get to feel all the love today.
Jesus wants me for a sunbeam.
He does. He does. Okay, so you'll take 1 point from a claw. You'll take 2 more from a claw, and then you will take wow, a whopping 4 points from the bite. So,
Okay,
that's
so
7 points of damage.
So that takes me to -6.
You only have
now-
1 hit point.
I do, yes. Lost four
Have you-
falling in four falling in the
Oh.
water, 1 falling over, and 1 cutting my thumb. And I only started at 7.
falling in the water.
And now there's a thing, and it says on my hard to kill ability, it says I may not use it if I have suffered injuries which obviously nobody would survive. So I leave it to your discretion whether those are that type of injury before I can use my ability.
I would say that, well, it says the first time you are reduced to 0 hit points in a day, you immediately regain 1 hit point for each experience level you possess.
Yep. Or
So,
play dead for 10 minutes and recover with 1 hit point.
I will leave it up to you. You may either survive this attack with 1 hit point, or you may play dead and recover 10 minutes later. Although, your friends may be dead too, so in which case, surviving with 1 hit point, 10 minutes later, you become a snack 10 minutes later.
That's true, but it just feels more kind of gritty rather than magically ignore 7 points of damage for me to go down for 10 minutes. So that is what I will do.
Okie dokie. So yes, Frank will fall now too.
It does seem more like thematic for Frank to fall down and play dead,
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
monster thing there.
And then to get better 3 days later.
Yeah.
He rose from the tomb.
Yeah, Jesus' big sacrifice. A boring weekend.
Yeah.
All right. Once back to the PC's turn. Yes, Frank will go down after heroically sacrificing himself to the monster. So leaving Den and Dr. Jones to
No time for
Finish
love,
this
Dr.
thing up.
Jones.
Yeah, I'm going to stab it with the KO.
you're gonna try to stab it with the knockout shot. Okay.
And I'm going to grab your Mesa and shoot it with that from underneath.
Wise
Good idea.
move.
But if we can knock it out, we might be able to use it later.
I got 17 to hit.
17 will hit.
How much damage does that do?
The mazer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2d10.
2 die 10. Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
So there's got 6 shots left now.
15.
15. Yeah, you will deal it 4 more hit dice worth of damage, and you will literally like super fry this thing to death. Its head neatly kind of implodes from the microwave radiation, and as its corpse falls forward, the dog collar it was wearing around its neck will fall off into at your feet with the name tag survivor on it.
I'm taking the collar.
Are you going to wear it?
I might, actually. If this was Fallout, it would give me a bonus, but it's just a trophy, I'm sure.
Well, it's probably heavily irradiated and will kill you.
But as you're
I
fond of
guess I'm
pointing
not going to
out,
stab it.
we're all going to
Its
die.
head imploded.
Yeah, you didn't actually have to inject it because he blew its head off before that, so you could save that shot.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's your space gun back.
Oh, thanks. Oh, did you record that I gave you 6 ammo for the pistol?
Yes, I did. Yeah. Is he all right?
He doesn't look well.
Yeah.
He's getting better.
I'll go over and take a look at him, but I'm not that kind of doctor, so I'm just going to.
You're the closest. You're the closest thing to that kind of doctor we have. So
Yeah, I'm going to give him a little kick because you can tell if something's dead by whether it reacts when you kick it.
Well, other than the fact that he's breathing really shallow, at least he's not going into shock. And, assuming that he pulls through with, his kind of nasty gaping wounds, he'll probably be okay.
Yeah, he's fine. We need to patch him up, though. You've got a med kit.
Well,
we do have first aid kit.
Yeah.
You do. You do see. Oh my God! Let me talk. You do see just beyond where this thing came out of, the trash pile that it resides in. There are a collection of animal and human bones all in it, but also a few little glittery, shiny things.
Well, let's apply first aid to Frank first. Is there a first aid skill? Because I don't have it, if there is.
Let me find the healing thing on this. Healing, page 44.
There's a tech medical.
Okay, I don't have that. Do you have that?
Anybody does.
Well, I'm a diplomat, so
Yeah, I was going to say
Okay.
that about you.
I'll do my best. I mean, how hard can it be to wrap bandages around bleeding wounds?
Oh, Grim, you do have a system strain point for the stim shot.
Okay.
Which that will go away by 1 point per day, provided you remain fed and get adequate sleep.
Okay.
It says, mortally wounded victims relying on less sophisticated healing techniques are less fortunate. The healer must succeed in an int/tech/medical skill at a difficulty of 8 plus the number of rounds since the character was felled. Use of a med kit can assist in this process.
All right, you're smarter than I am, Dr. Jones, so you administer the bandages and shit.
yeah, I'll do my best. I mean, I've got 0 actual skills, but I've got
You have a brain.
intelligence and wisdom. So what am I doing? 2d6?
Yes.
What's the bonus for the med kit?
I'll give you a...
roll a 5 and a 6.
Okay.
Not high enough. You've done what you can. But it's up to greater powers now. The nice thing is if he survives and he spends the day doing nothing resting, he'll get additional hit points equal to his level plus 2 for every level of tech/medical possessed by their physician, which I guess is nobody in this case.
Rolling 11 doesn't get me enough.
Oh yeah, that was a good roll.
Oh no, it was a good roll.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I didn't.
Yeah.
I thought you rolled less.
Plus
That's
intelligence
okay.
bonus, which is what, plus
Yeah,
1, plus what?
intelligence.
Okay.
Plus 1, I think. So yeah, 12.
Okay. There is no instant healing type thing for this. Basically, this is just stabilization.
Yeah.
So he'll survive, but I will give him an extra 2 hit points back when he recovers.
Cool.
In 10 minutes.
Well, once we've got him comfortable, bandaged, and not swallowing his own tongue, we can check out Survivor's puppy nest.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll put him in the recovery position, which I know because, like, when I get drunk, I make sure I sleep in it. So that I don't, like, choke to death from my own vomit from all the diazepam and Xanax.
All right.
You playing Frankie Boyle?
So you search the trash pile. You find another bronze stage 3M access card, same as the one you had earlier, which opened the door.
Mm-hmm.
You also find 3 ready syringes that are unused, and a bottle of 10 doses of Stim Shot A. So basically what it is you can use the bottle of Stim Shot to refill these 3 ready syringes and have 3 automatic syringes of Stim Shot A.
Cool.
Which will restore 2 die 8 plus 10 damage every time you inject them, and of course cause you 1 system strain.
Can we refill the syringe that we shot into them as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can. They're reusable.
Cool.
So
we have 5
4.
and doses. Cool. Anything else down here? Any ways out?
Well, there's another level down from Survivor's Nest, but it's a completely flooded level down there full of water. However, there was the area up above you haven't checked out.
Okay. I'll stay and look after Frank. You go and check out the upper level. But if there's anything there, come get me.
I'll shout.
Yeah. Yep. So
I've got my gun back.
Yeah, I gave you your gun back.
Yeah.
No, heading upstairs or climbing up to the upper level, you see that it's a dome-shaped chamber filled with massive computer consoles and heavy electronic equipment on every stretch of the wall, rising from floor to ceiling. All of these ancient machines are extensively damaged, rusted, or simply burned out from time and abandonment. This was literally this
game.
Yeah, this was literally where the missiles were launched from.
Okay, we've got no power, have we? So there's no point trying to repair these computers.
Yeah, and there's no missile to launch from here anyway now.
Yeah. Nothing worth taking from here then, I guess.
I mean, unless you just want to scrap a whole bunch of old computers that are useless now. They all have really interesting labels like telephone chassis and launch logic and dummy calibration analyzer.
Oh, can I take the dummy calibration analyzer and stick it on Frank's forehead while he's still unconscious?
I will allow it. I mean, it's just an old sticker, but...
Is there anything marked BAT computer?
No.
So was there anything up there?
No, there's nothing. It's just bits of computer. It's all fucked.
All right. Not sure what to do. Whether we should give Frank one of these shots to get him back and active, or whether we should just wait to see if he regains consciousness. We still need to check out the rest of this place.
Hold on a minute. I'm just going to stick the sticker on him.
Okay.
And at the touch of this kind of, clammy sticker, Frank's eyes open, and at first there's this kind of look of utter rapture, which is almost immediately replaced by sheer horror and terror. And then he focuses in and realizes that he's being watched, and immediately a profoundly insincere and unconvincing sort of positivism creeps into his eyes.
He's still with us.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yes, I am. The demon? What happened to the demon?
It
He
got
blew his head
microwaved. Yeah.
Praise be. Praise be. You see, Doctor? All things work to his good.
Yeah, I mean, the Satanist blew the head off a dog.
Slides his eyes across. What did I say? Providence, young man. Providence.
Yeah, I must be in my redemption arc.
Yeah.
Do you feel up to moving, Frank?
As long as we don't ask me to do that again.
No.
I mean,
I
this might be a good place to stop and have a rest. I mean, anything that could be dangerous here, that thing would have killed.
True, but we don't have any sources of light other than the sticks.
Keep in mind, the stench in this place is just...
Yeah.
I mean, Frank seems to like it, but everybody else...
Yeah, I mean, there's... Like, it might smell bad, but it is at least safe.
I think we can do better.
There's only one way up into the room, up the stairs, as it were, isn't there? Which is that staircase, which is presumably out of the stench somewhat, and only one way in and out.
True.
Is this the room with the computers in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, did it
Was there
smell
any-
as bad in there?
What?
Did it smell as bad in...
the computer room?
This whole silo stinks.
Okay.
All right. We can always come back here. Let's move on carefully.
Yeah, this was Survivor's Nest. So between the rancid water and, the giant mutated dog monster,
Yeah, it all smells of wet dog.
Yeah. Like decaying wet dog.
That dog was easily 100 years old.
Yeah.
We just,
Doesn't look a day over 50.
yeah.
Well, you could have checked its teeth if it had any left.
It had teeth, trust me. All right. Any other unexplored areas in this section?
Not in this section. To save a little time, I'll backtrack you through the only places you missed. Might have something interesting in them.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you don't want to check out all the air ducts, unless, of course, you really want a big whiff of concentrated asbestos dust.
No, we're good.
There wasn't there a body of a guy in the air ducts, though?
Was there?
Was there?
I seem to remember one of the guys went off into the air ducts with an automatic pistol in that journal.
Oh, yeah, in the journal.
No, in the journal, he went here.
Yeah, I think the word that was used was tunnels, wasn't it, or something?
Yeah, he meant to go this way.
Oh, okay. Did we find him or his pistol?
You didn't find him or his pistol, although he's probably the one who sealed the door behind him. Apparently, he might have he might have found Survivor. I don't know. I mean, you're free to check the water under, Survivor's nest. Maybe he fell down there.
No, I'm good.
No, let's get out of it.
Yeah.
There are a couple of antenna silos that you didn't check out, one of which is empty. The other one, however, at the end of a long waterlogged tunnel, a circular portal now missing, leads into a darkened abyss. Entering, you see that this chamber too is entirely flooded. An old metal platform sits in the center of the cylindrical tunnel, but the roof above, if there is one, cannot be seen. Sound of dripping water and loud squeaks echoes throughout, and as you raise your glow stick for a better view, the darkness around the platform comes alive with nearly a dozen sets of glowing red eyes.
Cylons.
No, worse. It's a group of 5 mutated rats.
Well, shit. Frank, get behind us.
You don't need to give me that instruction.
What?
Oh,
I do
by the way,
anyway.
Frank, you're up to 3 hit points, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. This time wielding the spear to save ammunition.
Okay.
First rat that comes at us gets the pointy end.
Well, you get to go first, so you are perfectly welcome to run forward and stab one.
Okay. 12.
Well.
12 only.
Yes, you will hit.
Oh, okay. It was D8 damage, I think, wasn't it?
Yes. D8 plus strength.
Plus my strength. So 8.
Okay, well, these only have like 1 hit dice apiece, so yeah,
Splash.
you'll actually kill 2 with that strike.
Nice. Spatchcocked.
Yep. There's 3 left. What are you 2 doing?
The only thing I've got that I can kill them with is either a knife or the ray gun. And the ray gun seems a bit much, so I'm gonna... Are they normal sized rats?
Well, I mean, yeah, they're small animals. They're pretty big.
Big for rats.
Yeah, they're big and they're mutated, so.
Yeah, but I mean, could I stomp on them? Are they small enough for that, or are they...
I mean, physical punching damage and all that is usually like a D2. I mean, you're taking your chances, but,
I will give it a try. I rolled a 2 to hit.
Okay, you run up there and you try to stomp on a rat. The rat just kind of looks at you like, really, dude?
That's no way to get rat slippers that way. It's just not going to work.
It's just not going to work. All right,
Yeah.
Frank, what you going to do?
Now, never let it be said that Frank is a stick in the mud and doesn't learn. He now keeps the gun in his waistband, which might be an
Okay.
equal and opposite mistake. Draws it. I don't know whether he'd know to take the safety off, but he pulls the trigger in the general direction of rats.
Roll a D20.
Okay, that's an 18. I've got no pluses or minuses, I don't think.
You don't need him. Well, apparently he figured out how the safety catch works because he'll shoot one, deal 1d8 damage.
Okay, and that is 6.
Yeah, you'll punch right through a couple more rats with a bullet. As it turns out, Frank is actually a pretty damn good shot when he wants to be.
Nice one, Padre.
I got one! I got one! Did you see it? I got one!
You got 2.
Well,
you're-
well done, Frank.
Yeah, it's like your bullet tore through one of them, and there was enough velocity behind it. It tore through the one behind it, too. Sent them both flying into little rat chunks.
So that leaves 1.
There's 1 left. I would morale check, but this is their nest, so it's kind of a cornered rat situation.
Mm-hmm.
So
We know what they say about cornered rats. They
Yes,
surrender immediately.
they'll fight.
without condition.
Only if they're French. All right.
There
On one,
the human
on one-
stomp on it too.
actually, that's probably the one that survived. Is the one that Dr. Jones attempted to stomp on. So we'll just say it attacks him. With a natural 14. Mr. Rat has a +4 to hit with his bite. So he's nasty. So 18's going to hit all day long.
Yeah.
Fortunately, they don't do a lot of damage.
It's in your trousers. Quick, shoot it.
1 whole point of damage. And save versus tetanus. Oh, no, just kidding.
Okay, can I stab it since I'm close enough to do so now?
It's the player's turn, so yes,
Yeah, go for it.
may attempt.
Well, I rolled a 4, so I can't stab it.
Yeah, you try to, but this thing is just way too evasive for you.
mean,
I
if
will
it's
try
on-
and stab it with the spear.
What you get, Grim?
I got 12.
12. 12 will hit.
Okay. And for damage, 8.
Oh yeah, yeah. It'll just easily go right through it. No problems.
It's all right. You stunned it, which let me get it.
Okay, combat's over.
Now rats we can eat.
Maybe not irradiated ones, though.
Well, look, everything's going to be irradiated. I don't think you can be a fussy eater in a post-apocalyptic world.
I suppose.
Well, good job. Good job, guys. You've actually managed to clear out all of the creatures that are infesting the Titan 1 silo.
So we can now move around freely?
Yeah, you can get around freely, you know.
Okay. Then we systematically search the whole place.
Let me see if there's even anything else interesting to find in this place.
Well, there's another key card, so if there's another door.
Yeah, no, that was the main key card. Well, there were 2 other silos that you have no access to that would have been able to, but you might be able to use them elsewhere in this world.
Are they just like generic government ID card type things, or are they
No.
specifically for this silo?
No, it's a bronze stage 3M ID card. They're listed in the book. They open certain kinds of doors, especially in other kinds of facilities and things like that. I forget how they describe it. I mean, I could look it up if I really wanted to, but
Yeah. It's okay. I just wondered if it was like a generic thing or only for this thing, but it might work on other stuff.
yeah, it'll work on other stuff. It's not just for this facility. Well, let's see. You do find a fuel room, which has a tank with about 100 gallons of kerosene. So there's that.
Mhm.
Let's see.
Are we able to fuel the generator with it?
You could. It's gonna take some work to get the generators working again. If you want to get all the power going again. And I don't think any of you guys have the skill for that, do you?
Well, as pod people, we all have pre-tech
Yeah.
at 0, so we can try. Might not be very good at it, but we can try.
Yeah, you could try.
Is there before we make any plans? Is there anything else useful?
There's nothing else that's really useful down here. I mean, if you want to take time to scavenge everything, I mean, I've got like a random thing of silo finds of stuff that you can find just randomly scattered throughout. It's usually stuff like aluminum cans or lead pipes or machine parts and scavenged computers and spools and copper wiring and stuff like that.
So not necessarily like, immediately useful.
Yeah.
Did we find a power source we could hook up to the motion detector?
You can attempt to do it. Yeah.
Did we find a power source?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's start with that then. I'm guessing tech is an intelligence roll.
Mm-hmm.
I am not very intelligent, so
I'll see if I can look it up for you. Rolled an 8 plus 1 for my int, so 9.
I will give it to you. Yeah,
That's
you'll
one
get the
2d6, yeah.
yeah, you'll get the motion detector going, which also has a computer generated map of the complex. There's no other moving life forms in the complex except for you guys.
cool.
So,
But now we have a way to monitor it. While we're on a roll, try and get one of the generators working, cannibalizing parts from the other one if necessary. I'll do the heavy lifting, and you can try and get it working.
probably take you a little while, maybe a couple days.
Yeah, well, we've got rat chunks to eat and plenty of water.
MREs.
Yeah.
All right. I'll give you a roll for that.
Double 6.
Nice.
Amazing. Yeah, you'll actually get power restored down here. So you'll have lights throughout everything. And the doors will start working and stuff too. Best they can.
Cool.
So
Well
at least
then.
we can have some comfort in our final days before we starve to death.
Well, we can wait out that storm, however long that lasts above the surface, and we can make plans. I think we should still move on, but just make the most of this place while we have it to rest somewhere light and relatively dry and secure.
Well, I
Indeed.
think we need to make sure Frank's rested up so that he can travel.
Well,
Fully heal.
I figure a day at least has passed, so Frank can get back an additional 2 hit points.
All right, on 5, noted. But while we're resting here for a day, as far as we know, there's only one way in and out of here, which is the long tunnel that we came down initially, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was
Is
that's actually an emergency access way, but there's a couple more ways in. They're just usually a little bit more dangerous to get in.
Yep. So, is there any doors that we can close and seal from our side, from further into the complex between us and the emergency exit? I'm just thinking, if that storm's coming, it's likely to be driving, and it's likely to be driving stuff in front of it, and we store this place from a distance. So might other people.
Yeah.
Well,
Secure it as best we can.
okay, yeah. I figure you're going to try to make it at least, as secure as possible. It's not possible in some places, just because the places come apart in some areas, and you literally need to get concrete and metal to reinforce some of these areas, which you don't have. And of course, there's tunnels and stuff that are blocking off major areas, which may be buried completely.
Yeah, but there's no need to leave the front door open, is there?
And you can always close that hatch back up.
Yeah. So we'll do what we can, and then take a couple of days to heal up and take stock.
I wonder if maybe we should leave the front door open. If there are people out there, we'd like to meet them. And if there are creatures out there, we'd like to eat them.
Well, if they're that determined to get in, then we can deal with that then.
I mean, anything not intelligent will just fall to its death down that hatch that we came in. So
True.
we thought it'll come in because better that than the storm, but it'll just fall to its death. Then we eat it. Anything intelligent that comes in, we could perhaps have a conversation with.
Well, all right. I guess if we stay close to the motion sensor, we can tell if anything falls down or climbs down. So just take it in shifts, keeping an eye on that.
And almost as if by providence, it's like, yeah, you see something on the motion sensor at the entranceway hatch where you came in.
Oh, okay. Well, that was quicker than I expected.
Does it sort of make a blip and then stop, or is it
No, there's 2 blips.
2 blips?
Well, let's go check it out then.
Yeah, guns at the ready.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you'll get up there and meet them at the entranceway. You'll see them. They look like a man and a woman. They appear to be human, but they may have a couple of mutations. I'll have to roll randomly to see what their appearance really looks like. But they appear to be wearing armor made of animal hides and scrap pieces of metal. And they're carrying a couple of spears. They're also carrying some big containers, obviously for carrying water in, and as well as some packs. They look very startled to see you.
Stop there! You're coming into our house. You are welcome, but we're going to have to ask you to leave the weapons at the door.
They both kind of look at each other like they can't understand what you're saying, and they'll speak some kind of strange gibberish that sounds like some kind of phonetic cross between, Japanese or Mandarin and English. Like you can make out every third or fourth word.
Okay. Could I try and sort of gesture to them, like, to stop? Like, raise my hands and put them there to say stop?
Well, they seem to recognize that you have a gun.
Yeah.
They definitely put their hands up like they're very intimidated by the fact that you have weapons pointed at them.
I'll point at the spear and point at the floor and say, drop the spear.
Yeah, the man will put the spear down. He'll gesture up at the ceiling. He's making noises and like the way he's moving his hands and stuff, like it looks kind of like a cloud or something. And he's like, "Go ahead and
So I'll lower my gun and point at the water container and say, fetch water, and point and gesture towards where the water
Reservoir.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the reservoir.
You'll have to let him get a lot deeper into the complex to get to the water, because the water's quite a ways in.
That's fine. We'll go with them.
I mean, yeah,
I
if you
want to try and make friends with this guy. I've lowered my gun. He's dropped his spear, so I've lowered my gun. And I want to
I
try
will
gesture
activate my.
to get water here, but no
Yeah.
weapon.
I'll activate my speaker's voice power to convince them that we're friendly.
Yeah,
So
they both seem a lot more at ease whenever you talk to them. Then, even though they can't understand what you're saying, they can understand by your gestures and things.
I'll smile and wink to the mutant woman. Hey, how you doing?
She'll kind of nod and smile.
And then gesture for them to come in.
You're gonna make me roll up the on the mutant chart, aren't you? You're gonna want to know what they are.
Does she have 3 breasts?
Well, that's the thing. You never know with mutations.
3 tits. Awesome.
Okay, every character gets 3 points in mutations, and then you get 1 stigmata. I guess I need to roll their stigmata first, huh? It could be something horrible.
After countless exposures to bioatomic radiation, all testing proves negative. No
They
enhanced
both
abilities.
They both got the same stigmata. Damn. How did that happen?
Brother and sister?
No. So the stigmata they have is the nanites have molded your flesh into an unearthly vision of beauty or handsomeness, save for one blatantly inhuman feature. It says
Ginger
roll
hair.
on the... Yeah, probably. It says roll on the body part chart to find out the limb affected, and then either the animal or shape chart to determine the flavor of the change. Okay. So wow, that's which body part?
Maybe the man and the woman have got 3 tits.
Ew.
We are of the Trimoob clan.
Ew. So apparently the man has insectile, chitinous, compound eyes. And the woman's mouth? It's weird. Has a reptilian muzzle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I still flirt as a way of breaking the ice and getting them to be friendly.
Yeah. Her tongue is kind of impressive.
Yeah, I'll help the man fetch some water, and offer them a piece of food. I mean, it's meat and rat, but I'm guessing that's what he's used to.
Oh, they seem pretty grateful to take food. In fact, they'll share food with you.
What's their food like?
You're not sure. So it's something. It's meat. I mean, you can. How best to determine? You know what? Roll a d20. So what you get?
6.
6. Whatever this meat is, it is not agreeable with your taste. You're not sure what it is, but you don't like it.
No, sir, I don't like it.
Yep. Frank, what are you doing?
Well, I guess I'll try and eat some of the meat. Oh, sorry, Frank. Not Dr. John.
Frank, since they've got close enough to reveal their
Deformities?
Their deformities. Frank is just staring at these obvious and manifest demons, and is astonished that his companions are having anything to do with them. He pointedly refuses any offer of food from them.
Okay.
Well, I would like to remind Frank that you should be charitable to your neighbours. Even if your neighbours are hideously mutated demons.
He looks at their otherwise.
This.
Well, he looks at their kind of immaculately sculpted cheekbones and all the other signs of sort of what might be considered beauty, except for the bits that aren't.
Yeah, that's the weird part, is the fact that it's like with the exception of the the eyes and the muzzle, both of these people are just like absolutely just sculpted beautiful as far as their bodies go.
And so you see, Satan can't entirely hide, even though he tries to cloak himself in earthly beauty. He can't hide it. Look, look!
Den's probably going, you know what? A paper bag will fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey.
you're hanging around with a Satanist here, and I mean, these seem like nice people. They're sharing their food with us. We're sharing their food with them. Let's make friends. Let's not brand them horrible, scary demons.
They seem like people who are alive.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe they can lead us to more people. Try and learn a few words off each other by pointing to things and naming them.
Well, to kind of speed things along, we're already 4 hours in. I figure you guys probably need to stop. Or are you just having that much fun?
It is fun, but this seems like a natural break point.
Yeah. All right. I'm not normally probably going to let sessions go this long unless you guys are just really enjoying it that much. But yeah, just to kind of put things at a good stop point. What you learn from these two is they basically took shelter in here because they knew this cave had water down here. They call it the Cave of Life. Apparently their tribe comes here for water every once in a while. But the main reason they came here is because they were caught out in the desert and there's a radiation storm coming in. So they decided to take shelter here, figuring it's probably safer here than it is, anywhere else in the area. But they come from a tribe that lives further away. And they'll be glad to take you back to that tribe, to introduce you to them if you wish. You also spend time learning their language to a passable point where you can actually communicate with other beings who speak the same language.
What is the language called?
For now, we will call it like a trade Mandarin. It has an actual name, but I can't remember right offhand, and I don't want to look it up at this moment.
Okay, now the more important part. How many experience points do we get?
Wow, let me see. Well, first I have to figure out how XP is doled out in Other Dust. Let me see. Because Frank definitely gets is going to get some XP for some really, really good role play. Actually, everybody did pretty good role play today. So, but Frank really hit some high points, in my opinion. So
yeah, I was impressed with Frank.
Yeah. Rewards. Maybe it's on rewards. Okay. And keep in mind, this is like the first time I've used Other Dust, so. And I'm using it to substitute for Darwin's World, so it's like, I know Darwin's World, but Other Dust is new, so I'm having to patch over things a little bit, so it's a little tricky.
Yeah. Characters are awarded experience points by the GM for pursuing meaningful goals.
Oh, just surviving is a meaningful goal.
Well, yeah, at this point.
Oh, okay, so they handed out kind of like in thousands of points, like a standard. Okay, do you guys actually want to do experience points, or do you want to do sessions?
Do you want to just level it convenient to level? I mean,
Pardon?
Yeah. If we did sessions.
Those, like, GM hands out experience on a fairly arbitrary basis, like, it would make more sense just to go, okay, now we've been playing X amount of time, you've leveled up.
Yeah, or do sessions like we did with Scarlet Heroes. That same progression speed seemed to work quite well.
Yeah, I think sessions works best. However, since everybody really did pretty exceptional on this first one, I'm going to give you 2 sessions worth of XP.
That means
So-
we level, doesn't it?
Yes, so everybody can level to 2 for today, and build up your skills where you need to. And the nice thing is, since you have these two to kind of work with you, because you're going to be trapped down here by the radiation storm for a little while, a few weeks at least. So it's enough time to learn enough of their language to be able to speak, and maybe pick up some useful information about the world outside.
Cool. Which you can fill us in on next time.
Is it
I
enough
can.
time for Grim to get his end away with the reptile?
Well, I don't know. I mean, these two might be a couple.
There might be a
not
couple. They might be together.
That's not necessarily a problem. I mean, we're not.
True.
Is monogamy a thing in this world?
Well, I don't. It kind of depends.
These are complicated questions that need to be answered in downtime.
Yeah, sort of. It's kind of a case of like, do I have to answer that right now? I'm sure I can. I'm sure I could tell Grim, during the week. It's like, hey,
Yeah. Well, tell us how to level.
If we're going to be here for a couple of weeks learning stuff, will all of our damage have healed by the time we?
yes, easily.
Okay. I'll take that as my sheet.
Okay, let me see. Character advancement. Okay, it's on 48. They could probably get to that faster than I can scroll to it, but okay. So here we go. When characters level up, they gain an additional hit die of hit points. So you roll both it and your existing hit dice to determine the new total. Okay, so the hit point system is kind of unique and different. What you do is, to determine how many hit points you get at second level, you will take both of your dice and roll them both together, adding in your Constitution modifier. And if total is higher than the previous number of hit points you have, you keep the new hit points.
Okay.
That's kind of unique, I think.
I'm sure I've seen that in another system as well.
I think Crawford uses this in several of his systems.
Is the con modifier applied per dice or flat?
It's per dice.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Let's see. As a speaker, I get 4 skill points.
Yeah.
I'm on 8 hit points, which is the same as I had before.
Okay, and Frank gets 3 skill points for being a survivor. Doc, what's your class?
I can't remember what it's called. It's the speaky one.
Speaker, Scrounger, Slayer, Survivor.
I'm a speaker.
Okay, so you get 4 skill points also. So we have 2 speakers and 1 survivor. We don't actually have any Slayers.
What's the gun combat skill called?
Probably gun combat. I don't know. The important thing is how you can spend your levels on skills. That's carried over from Stars Without Number, Worlds Without Number, and that is to get skill level 0 in something costs you 1 point. To raise it costs you another point. There is also raising your attributes, which I suspect they don't have rules for that here, but that is part of Worlds Without Number, and I'm going to use that. So hang on. Pull that up really quick.
Joe's asked if dust is what Grim ran the other day. I think dust was. This is other dust.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an OSR post-apocalyptic survival game. What I ran was a alternate history Weird War 2 game.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, okay, your attack bonus improves according to your class and level, which is on your charts. And your saving throws get better by 1 point, so they reduce by 1 point each. Your skill points and your attribute points. Okay. At level 2, you can raise attributes. Your first attribute boost will cost you 1 skill point, and a second will cost you 2. So you could theoretically, instead of spending your points on skills, you could raise like an attribute twice. Or if you want to spread your attribute points around, you could always like level them. You could always boost them across 4 attributes. But that's one thing I do like about Worlds Without Number, is that you can actually boost your attributes. So if your attributes start out like shit, like I think the Doc has an 8 in strength, he could actually bring it up to a 10 using 3 skill points.
That's so cool. It means you like that would be representative of like working out or something.
Yeah.
Well,
Or
I mean,
just
that's
toughening
basically
up.
what it is. Yeah, that's basically what it is. I mean, you guys, you're also being affected by large amounts of radiation from your environment and from the creatures you deal with, plus all sorts of chemical and biological agents that are still drifting around in the air and mutating. So there's any number of explanations for why your characters will change. The only thing they're not going to do is grow any obvious mutations. However, I wanted to go ahead and make it known that should you decide to retire these characters at some point, or if they are killed in the course of the game and you decide you want to continue and bring in a new character, your new character can come directly from this world, and so you can roll it up as per a normal Other Dust character with all the mutations and stigma and everything else. I would love to use all the Darwin's World mutations and stuff because they're frighteningly realistic mutations. But
Roll D100, 1 to 99 cancer, 100 roll on the table.
Yeah, quite literally. That's pretty accurate. Darwin's World is not a nice place. Yeah, it's like, radiation usually just gives people cancer. It doesn't turn them into the Hulk. And there are actually a class of mutants in Darwin's World that are called terminals, which are basically, they're so heavily mutated that they're literally they can't survive. They're not normally survivable. So they're called terminals because they're going to die. But yeah, they have defects like neurofibromatosis, terminal limb deficiencies, underdeveloped organs, cystic fibrosis, bilirubin imbalances, albinism, anaphylaxis, aberrant deformities.
War boys.
That's fucking grim. Living in a post-apocalyptic world with cystic fucking fibrosis.
Yes. Yeah. The Darwin's World effect on that is the mutant will have a maximum lifespan of 20 plus 2 die 10 years. In addition, the mutant suffers a -2 penalty on the following checks and saves: hourly swim checks to avoid becoming fatigued, con checks to continue running, con checks for the mutant to hold his breath, Con checks to avoid damage from starvation or thirst. Fortitude saves to avoid damage from hot or cold environments. And fortitude saves to resist suffocation or drowning. And the worst part is these defects have advanced levels, so they can get worse. So, like, each advancement of the cystic fibrosis defect decreases your lifespan by 10 more years, and your checks also go up by another -2. So,
I used to play with a guy who had Duchenne muscular dystrophy.
oh my, yeah, that one's in here, I think.
Mm. And he outlived his diagnosis by decades. He's dead now, but he outlived his diagnosis by decades. But the one advantage it had was that he could do some fantastic Halloween costumes. There's one of him as a head on a plate.
Yeah. Now, some of the mutations are kind of interesting. Like, you can actually have dual-headed or dual cerebellum or dermal spike growth or claws or whatever. Autism is actually considered to be a mutation.
All right.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah. And you can advance it twice. So you can make it better.
That way, it truly is a spectrum.
Well, I mean, you know, this is, and you got to remember, this was written before, you know, autism was as prevalent as it is now, apparently.
It was always that prevalent. It's just more easy to diagnose.
Yeah, it's a diagnosis, not a instance issue.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, you got to remember, this was Darwin's World was originally written like 20 years ago, back in December 2003. So it was pretty forward thinking way back then. And it's one of the reasons I love it. And I did write some stuff for it. So, yeah, there you go.
Did you write that silo adventure?
I did not write the Cave of Life. Is an adventure that Dominic wrote already. I hate to tell you what my particular contribution was, because A, it wasn't really that big, and B, it would out me. So
okay, fair enough.
I'll send it to you privately if you really want, Jim.
Okay.
But yeah, I hope you enjoyed. I had a good time. I think y'all were having a good time too. And for a pre-generated, a pre-created adventure, I think this one was pretty cool. Like I said, this one was not like a big, combat heavy thing. This was just kind of like to get you to understand how the systems work and to kind of give you a base of operations to start with, and give you a few tough challenges.
Next session should give us a bit more grounding in the world, I think.
Yes.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying I think it's worked pretty well for that, like getting a hang of the mechanics of the game.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm using Other Dust as as the basis and not Darwin's World. I'm kind of having to convert systems on the fly, so some things are not going to match up necessarily. Like if I'm using Darwin's World stats for some of these things, like a Mongolian would destroy the party pretty quick because they have 5 die 8 or 5 die 8 hit point or hit dice, and only a 13 defense, but they have like a +12 attack, and their damage is like 1d12 +7 great axe, and I mean they're pretty stout in 3-point or in D20 modern, but in this system it was like, they'd be doing 4 damage every time they hit you.
Ow.
They'd kill you quick. And yes, monstrous cockroaches are in the game. I just didn't throw any at you this time. I thought, that's too Fallout.
Of course they are, because evolution is only a theory.
Yeah, well, apparently, I have all sizes of monstrous cockroaches. They come everywhere from like medium size all the way to colossal. So yeah, if you can imagine a 48 hit dice cockroach,
Where are we going to get a boot that big?
Don't use up all your maser pistol shots.
I didn't want to interrupt the rat killing session, but I was reminded when I was a kid living on a farm, the farmer used to pay us as kids a bounty to kill rats by pulling straw bales out from along a long concrete animal feed run and then kicking them to death because they always ran along the same track.
Yeah, we used to get a bounty for rats as well. Yeah, I think it must be a common farmer thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, like I said, I hope you enjoyed, and I think the first session went pretty good. I mean, I hope we get some more guys in. And hey, Joe Grognard, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I think a lot of people missed it because they didn't know what time it started. But
yeah,
I don't know. We may have some new players next week. Maybe so.
Well, next week's my game.
Oh, I mean, a week after. Sorry.
Yeah.
What are we playing next week anyway?
We are playing Gamma World, so keeping the post-apocalyptic weirdness theme going, I guess. But that's not planned. I'm just going by what's next in my shelves that I haven't really played. So
yeah, Gamma World is really different from Darwin's World because Gamma World is Jim Ward's thing, and it's kooky
yes.
by comparison. You know what I mean?
It's very gonzo.
Yeah, it's very gonzo because, like in Gamma World, if you get hit with radiation, you get superpowers. In Darwin's World, you just get cancer and autism. You know, what a tagline! Play Darwin's World, get autism.
There's a section in How to Be a Superhero saying, you know, so one way a lot of superheroes get powers is from radioactivity, but don't try this.
Yeah.
And then it's got a bunch of names of different superheroes, like the Portentous Blotch, Captain Tumor.
Oh my god! I have all the Gamma World books for I have the old Gamma World books, but then I have the updated one that was made for 3.0 and 3.5.
Yeah,
and
it's the 4E style box set we'll be playing.
Oh my god, I've never seen that one. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all for tuning in out there, and if you're catching us on the replay, I hope you enjoy. It's like 4 hours worth of slow crawling through a Titan 1 missile silo. But we'll see you then. We'll do the outro, guys. If you want to hang out and talk afterward, we can. But let me play the outro because it's so cool, and I'm really proud of what Grim did with this.